What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Braythorn. How's it going, nerds? Thank you for joining me here this Sunday evening, ending your weekend with me. And nice teamwork here by Natty and Shanala, as usual. Right back at you. Yes, and let's see. Chris, what's going on? You weren't hella early. You were slightly early. I did set it for 8:15, so I was right on time. Well, I was actually a couple minutes early myself with the starting soon video, but yeah. What's up, Nero? How's it going? Welcome. Glad you were jamming out to that. Yes, the intro song is called Motion of the Edge, and it is free for use in streams and videos because it is from Stream Beats. It's actually from very early Stream Beats, which is from Senpai Records, and well, really, I do have the scoop on how they do all of that. I got to chat with Harris Heller, is the guy who basically masterminded all that. It wasn't the first royalty-free music thing, but like it's one of the bigger ones now, from what I understand. But anyways, yeah, Motion of the Edge was from the first synthwave pack of songs that came out from that service. And synthwave, if you dig it, if you liked what you heard there, you should definitely go to your Spotify or Pandora, wherever you listen to music. Do people still use Pandora? Genuine question. Anyway, and just put in synthwave or vaporwave. I always felt like vaporwave seemed more like the aesthetic, but it is. I mean, I've heard it used to describe them. It's actually, I think it's a certain type of, like a certain subcategory, and maybe synthwave is another subcategory. Whatever. It's all retro 80s music. Yes. Very heavy synths. Very, just it's got those sounds. It's got those. I mean, that was. It was a really cool decade for music. Peter Depp TTV, how's it going? Welcome. Hello. Bluesionic Wolf, how you doing? Welcome in. The second one got Streets of Rage vibes. I mean, this is the stuff I like. Thank you, Nero. Appreciate that. Yeah, but the song is called Motion of the Edge. The funny thing is, Harris Heller, by the way, if you're ever like, I want to get into streaming, you can check out Senpai Gaming. A lot of it is how to get started with streaming and streaming tech and stuff like that. It's not super in-depth. It's a lot of it is very newbie friendly, which is great. Some of my other buddies in that niche, they go way more into the granular stuff and in settings and really detailed stuff and plugins and all kinds of stuff like that. Like Nutty and Epos Vox, those guys are super cool. But if you're really just trying to basically get into it, like from scratch, Senpai Gaming is a solid place to start. But I think it was TwitchCon 2024 or 2023. I think it was 2024. I ended up Harris Heller is the guy who does all those videos. And he is the person who inspired me to start a YouTube channel in the first place. And he knows that, and but I ended up giving him a ride to the airport. We were just chatting about Stream Beats and stuff. But it's he doesn't like the first synthwave album, and I'm like, dude, Motion of the Edge is a solid track. It doesn't have to be like fancy or subtle. It's just an intro theme, like that's all it has to be. Like, it's worked for me for years since that came out. Not listening to music since Ramadan, only stuck with in-game music, but jamming this while doing Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries would be cool. Yes. And it's, again, if you ever do streaming or content creation, it is free to use in your streams and your videos with zero fear of copyright strikes or anything like that. In fact, if you ever have a potential issue where a bot tries to give you a copyright strike, because like, oh, blah, 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 you can even download basically a thing that gives you permission to use the music for whatever purpose you want, like a legal form. But I've never had an issue with it. Doing good, just chilling. How are you? Doing good myself. Not Jaspers, what's up? Welcome. Astralis Moon, welcome. Sweet Sunday stream, what's up, Bray? I stream every Sunday. I do stream every Sunday. And this, of course, is one of my normal streams where I am doing half and half, where it's PC talk for whoever needs help, and talking about Pokemon, ripping packs. I do have some good stuff now, some pretty exciting stuff that I do want to get into. But yeah, that's wholesome. Yeah. He's one of the people that, like, I had been in his streams a few times and mentioned some things, and I guess he found, like, once I got to my niche of pre-built PCs, covering that, no one else really focusing on that, I guess he had heard of me, because when I finally met him in person, I was like, dude, it's an honor to meet you. He's like, Brayathorn, it's an honor to meet you, dude. I was like, no, don't do that to me right now. No, not the first time. Nah. But I was still like at 20K, I think, on YouTube. But I mean, he's in the tech side of things. And like, if you just watch YouTube, there's going to be a lot of channels that are smaller that you're never going to see. But if you're a creator in that space, you do look for other creators. I do that all the time. I check out who's new, who's coming up, who's making cool stuff. And he was being nice, though. He was being nice. But he remained nice ever since. And I get to see him usually every TwitchCon, and he's just a super nice dude. Empire of Noise, welcome in. How's it going? So, I wonder sometimes if, because there are some people out there who are just my favorites in certain things, you know? And some I end up becoming friends with, and when you're friends with someone, it's different. But there's other ones where I just interact with them rarely, like now and then, right? Like Linus is one of those people, and like I'm not friends with Linus, but he sees me, he recognizes me, and we'll chat for a second, which is crazy to me. I've been watching him for like 15 years or something, or longer than that. And last time at CES, he gave me that screwdriver and said, dude, you're all dripped out. And I was like, I felt like $1 million. So what I was getting to was, I wonder if those people who are familiar with me at this point realize that those little things they say can still just absolutely make my year. And I think that is the case. I don't know. I mean, when you look up to somebody, you do two things. You should hold them to a higher standard, not a lower standard. You know what I mean? There's some people who will hold someone in high regard, and they will then let them get away with anything because I like that person. They can do whatever they want. No, hold them to a higher standard if you respect them. You know, but also you listen to their opinions carry more weight. Of course they do. That's not a mystery. Yo, Coalition Chris, what's going on, buddy? Natty, stop streaking. Oh, no, okay, don't stop streaking. It's not a stream if you're not here. Okay, if you're sick or something, or you can't make it, or you're busy, I don't ever want you to feel like, oh man, I missed the stream and I feel bad. No. But it does, you know, I'm happy to have you here. Chris, I've interacted with a guy, but it's never been like that. That must have been cool, dude. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I have a point of pride for me is that other than the first time I met Linus, it was like 30 seconds at LTX 2023 because it was at like the banquet thing and with all the creators, and there were like 200 creators that he had to go around to and say hi to and talk to or whatever. So I got like 20 seconds with the guy. Since then, every time I run into him, I have been able to make him laugh. That is one way to be remembered, is make somebody laugh, and you have a better chance of being remembered. But also, Chris, this is why I wear, like when I go to shows, I wear crazy colors, purple and you know, purple on white, and just like I wear really bold stuff because it's just a way to stick out in people's memory. I'm not like when I'm just me, like chilling, a lot of times I wear dark clothing just darker clothes, whatever, you know. It's slimming, I guess. I don't know. It's just I've always defaulted to that. But I feel right when I'm at a show and I'm wearing my merch and I'm just like, you know, like I've gotten more used to wear. I wear a lot more brighter colors now. I actually enjoy that now, more than I ever used to. But looking good in something generally comes down to enjoying wearing it. That's the number one thing. But whatever. Anyways, so yeah, it got a mention there. That was pretty cool. I don't know. It's just it is those little things. So all this is talk about Stream Beats. Yeah. The two services that I use, like right now, you're not listening to Stream Beats. You're listening to backingtrack.gg. And that is my buddy Addy's ePostVox and his buddy. They run, well, I don't know how involved. I know that Addy has released, actually his own music under it. He makes music as well. A little more on the ambient side, but really cool stuff if you're into that, which I am. But he runs it with them, and backingtrack.gg has a lot more real instruments, a lot more heaviness to it, whereas Stream Beats is meant to be more in the background. But a really cool album from Stream Beats that I haven't used in a long time was Hype Tracks. That's a good one. That was one with, who was that with? Was that with 100 Thieves? I think it was. ePostVox is awesome. Addy is super cool. Like that dude, that's one of those guys who he does not put on a persona ever, other than the voice when he's doing the voice. That's it, when he's doing a video. But like his casualness and the way he approaches things, he's just like that. He's so cool. I hope to one day be as cool as Addy. He's just such a cool dude. And if you try to tell him that, he's gonna be like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, like, I don't know, I guess I'm cool, whatever. Like, that's what a cool person would say. If you're trying to be cool, you're as far from being cool as you'll ever be. That's how that works. I'm only a few streams away from being caught up. Nice. Thanks again for everything you do. Oh, my lady's so happy that you've inspired me to build a Pokédex. Nice. You're super thrilled I picked an expensive hobby. Well, a Pokédex does not have to be an expensive hobby. The way I'm doing it does not have to be the way that you're doing it, Astralis. It does not. You don't have to, like, I'm putting this on myself to make content. If I just went and dug through someone's, went to some card shop and said, let me see your bulk, I could build 95% of the Pokédex from that for free, for like pennies on the dollar. And you can do that. You can absolutely do that. And then slowly, like, go to card shows. Buying singles will always be far cheaper than trying to rip packs. Ripping packs is entertaining, and the dopamine hit is nice. So do it now and then. Absolutely. Especially when you have a set like Perfect Order, which is not rising incredibly in price. It's staying fairly inexpensive because collectors aren't super interested in it. There's no major crazy hits in there. Now, however, a set like Ascended Heroes, this is not cheap. Yes, we are opening this tonight. But it has crazy hits in there that are worth multiple hundreds of dollars. Like, it's more in demand because of that. Dude, Brave, put in the work, keep me in the community, you have my undying. Oh, come on. That's nice of you to say. And I would punch someone if they asked me, if you asked me to. And I know it's very parasocial, but we have this. There's nothing very interesting. Okay. I will not ask you to punch anybody. Just as hoping that's some reassurance for you right there. The way you're doing it is a cool way to do it, though. It makes it fun. It does. However, this is going to come back in revenue, eventual maybe sponsorship of things, that kind of stuff. And unless you're planning on selling your stuff, that kind of you can't expect that kind of return on investment. The ROI is just not there. Collecting stuff is always going to be a cost. Especially in an economy like the one we're in now, mitigating that cost is important. And whenever I'm doing something a certain way, I will never sit there and be like, you have to do things the same way. Because I did it like that. I don't know if you ever seen my Pro Yam Yam. Seen Pro Yam Yam PC videos. It's got a pretty cool video aesthetic style, I guess you'd call it. I don't think I have. If you're, I'm sorry. And Vivero, another new PC tech YouTuber I started following, is pretty cool dude as well. My dialogue to be remembered would be, where are you going now? Bingo? I don't know what the context is for that, but even the boxes are dope. It's true. I mean, the thing is, like, what you should do if you're trying to build a Pokedex yourself from scratch, okay? First off, yes, you can start it by getting yourself an ETB or something, right? And something like this Perfect Order one, like this right now, is $69.99. It comes with 9 packs. That is 90 cards. Some of those are no, there's also 45 energy cards. Okay, that's just my recommendation. If you really want to appreciate what you're opening and not have a bunch of it be wasteful, is learn to play the game. I'm trying to do that, which is why I'm trying to get more Perfect Order. This set is for players, but that also makes it cheaper for starting your collection. But there's also stuff like this. This is like $30. This is a no, this is not it. Here we go. I actually wanted to do a thing comparing. Well, I don't know. There might still be separate videos, but this is the booster bundle. Has 6 packs in it. That's it. And then there's the build and battle box. The build and battle box is really cool because it has a deck already pre-built for you in there. And you know, I appreciate a good pre-built. There's one of 3, I think, different decks in here that you can get with different like types, different sort of build-ups and ways that you play the game. And then there's 4 packs in here to expand that deck. And it's not a full 60 card tournament deck. It is a 40 card deck, so there is room for expansion in there already. And this is like $30 or something at GameStop. At GameStop, they had like 20 of these. So it's a retail, that's retail price. Retail price at GameStop. I am shocked. GameStop is selling some stuff at MSR, that's MSRP basically. And then they have things like at market price, not 40% above market price or whatever I've seen before. It's like crazy to see it. Like this right here was at or just a couple bucks under market price at GameStop. Maybe they learned a lesson. I don't know. Maybe you can get him to punch me. It might motivate me to work on content again. Are you talking about Linus? I don't know if I can get that to happen. Oh, you're talking about Natty. Get them to punch you. Okay, got it. Let me see. I picked up a Perfect Order ETB at my card shop yesterday for $50. Nice. That's perfect. That's MSRP. If you get it for market price, the thing is, this is originally $50, but the market value did not go like Ascended Heroes ETBs. We're going to talk about it when I get to that box there that I showed you. It's like $150 or something. It's crazy. Triple the price for Ascended Heroes because it's a set that has potential god packs in it. It has like over 250 cards or something, and it's crazy. Tons of them are massive hits that can bring you a good amount of money. Yes, that's really rough. That's going to inherently make it an expensive set. This set here, even just buying it from someone trying to make a profit, you'll pay like $15-20 more. It's like $65 more. So I mean, it's like $65 total instead of 50. So if you can't catch them at Walmart, because yes, I went to Walmart and I saw a display that said Perfect Order ETBs and there were none there. That's where it would have been $49.99. If you're not going to be waiting outside Walmart, which sounds like a great time, I'll tell you, you can just order one, pay 15 bucks extra, and not give up 4 or 5 hours of your time at 3 in the morning. That sounds like it's worth 15 bucks to me. It's like a combo at Whataburger. Anyways, it's not the best time to get into Pokemon if you're doing it the way I'm doing it. If you just want to build a Pokédex and get those 1,025 Pokemon, whatever way you feel like doing it, go through bulk. Buy singles. You don't have to follow the arbitrary rules that I'm setting for the sake of content. But you can if you want. Can't type it, I guess. I've been scouring the internet for deals and shops, found some English boosters, trainer boxes, etc. That Kells and many others don't have in stock. Decent pricing for most things. I did get this. Another Surging Sparks ETB. Just because there are some very cool cards in Surging Sparks. But one actual expense, like one more serious expense than this thing. I mean, Surging is not super expensive. Not like something like 151 ETB for 650 or something. It's not like that. But one expensive one that I did was how am I forgetting this? Oh my god. I'm mad at myself right now. You can get punched by a girl. You're going to be like so embarrassed. You're going to be like, no, I got punched by a girl. And that will kick off your character development montage. That's how it works. It's not in the movies. Character development montage or supervillain origin story? Who knows? Give me a second here. I gotta check. I'm so mad at myself for forgetting the name of the set, but oh yes, that's right. I didn't get to where I saw it. I just remembered. It's Obsidian Flames. I think I've opened like 2 packs of Obsidian Flames that were in a random other collection of things. But I ordered an Obsidian Flames ETB. Do you know why? I will tell you why. I will show you why. Oh, no, it wasn't that. I got something else for that. What was in... There's a certain Pokemon that I have not gotten yet. There are very few cards for, and it's in Obsidian Flames. That's why I ordered that. But no. Something else I ordered, actually, is... it's a box that has packs from Chilling Reign. And that is for this. Oh. Why is it doing that? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Enjoy the animated background that I downloaded and set up here. Oh, there it is. It's on the wrong monitor. That's why. My monitor broke. My 27-inch monitor broke. There we go. Fixed it. It's for this guy. Cub Fu. This is the only Cub Fu card that exists that they've ever printed. There's not one card in the world, I mean. I'm just saying the only one they ever printed and put into a set is this one, and it's in Chilling Reign. But I actually found something that was a pretty solid deal. What you have to avoid are, I feel like you should avoid loose packs. The odds of getting this common card out of all the commons in a set with 198 cards in it, by the way, okay, very low. But this one they had this thing where it was 2 different legendaries that I don't have are promo cards in these 2 sort of matching opposing boxes, and they weren't that expensive. But if you buy an ETB or if you buy a bunch of loose packs, it's going to be very expensive. You just got to find ways to get around that if you're chasing a certain card. But yeah, the problem is you're not going to go to a card show and have this in a slab or in a top loader sitting under someone's glass display case. It's a common card from a set that was like 6 years ago or something. T. Peterloff, what's up? How you doing? Sure thing. For Charizard, I'm not trying. I'm not going to try to go after the chase that people chase after to try and that drive these prices up. Finding the cheapest way to do this, where like I don't know people who are going to have this card for me to do the trade pursuit, right? It is very like I basically found the cheapest way to rip for it instead, and we're probably going to end up with like 5 of these. So I'm going to hold on to any extras, and anyone else trying to do a Pokédex, I'll hold on to it for them. Anyone that I know trying to do this. Cheese Mahoney, what's up? Welcome. Hey, peeps, just got my new PC set up. Sweet. Welcome in. Congrats. Astralis, at one spot they have 151. Journey Together, Black Bolt, White Flare, Stellar Crown, Shrouded Fable, Obsidian Flames, Temporal Forces, Twilight Masquerade, and Paldea Evolved. No shop near me has any of these. Very, very cool. Very cool. Those were all boosters that were mostly $65 or less, except 151 and Paldea Evolved. When you say boosters, what do you mean? Booster bundles? Booster bundles, right? Is that what we're talking about? Cheese Mahoney, tell us about the PC. Unless it's one I helped you with, and I just don't, I forgot the name, and I'm sorry if that's the case. Let's see. Arc Strike, what's up? Unless GameStop's distribution is upcharging them more than other big box stores, they have no business charging anything close to market price. From what I understand, distribution is very aware of the value, the perceived value of Ascended Heroes. Any distributor worth their salt that's been doing this for a long time knows which are the the godly sets of every generation, right? Where we're like in the Mega Evolution era, right? Previously it was Scarlet and Violet, now it's Mega Evolution, sparked by Legends ZA launching. They know it. And after a certain point, I mean, unless you are, if there wasn't profit in selling Pokemon stuff, I highly doubt GameStop would do it. They have to make a profit to get the stuff, put it on the shelves. Now, with stuff like the Mega Charizard X, EX, Ultra Premium Collection, they were charging more than anybody else. And that made everybody angry. Now, for certain things, they're charging retail price. And then for things that are high, you can't find them anywhere for MSRP, they're charging market price. Most card shops are doing it the same way. It is what it is. Went to Micro Center, got the power spec G731. Okay, I don't know the specs on it offhand, but I hope it's a good one. I mean, it's Micro Center, you know. Hope Raytheon discusses some NTC technology. I'm excited to see it come to games. Don't know if it means 3070s could start to do 4K again. I mean, honestly, I have checked out somewhat from, other than any even slightly good news on the hardware front. For the sake of my own sanity, I've slightly checked out of the whole tech side of things because I was losing it. I was really having a bad time. One second. Well, that apparently did not work. Why not? What is that about? Hang on a second. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Hold on. My whole goal is to not show myself vaping on stream because I don't want to encourage anybody else to do it. And then I just go ahead and do it. Good job, me. Oh, I changed it. I changed the layer. or the scene that it's doing that in. 1 second. And there we go. That should do it. Okay. There we go. Okay. 7700X with 5060 Ti 32. Okay, which 5060 Ti? Is it the 16 gig or the 8 gig? Well, I'm so influenced right now. Shanala, put it down. Put it. It's not good for you. No. You saw me do it in person. I'm gonna start making vines now. Okay, I get it. Listen, Natty, it's not execute. You can't be executed for a lack of humor because you have it. It's just what? That's a crazy thing that just happened. And why is it happening? Oh, that's why. Hold on. There we go. It's just bad humor. That's all. That doesn't mean you don't have it. You've influenced me to disappear momentarily and reappear. Did you copy paste sources? No, it's because when I was doing my Thursday stream, I decided to play Pokemon Champions. So I changed some of my Stream Deck combined actions to that scene instead of this scene. It's a little different, but yeah, that's what it was. And also, my 27-inch 4K monitor that I usually have in this setup broke, so I moved my 32 from over there to over here. And in I had to switch the source to that monitor. They are, but stores like Walmart, Target, etc. aren't doing it. Well, yeah, that's a bad thing about but the thing about it is at GameStop, they'll have this stuff in stock. Like places like Walmart and Best Buy, you go there and at a normal time and they just never have it. I talked about that earlier. I was like, if you don't mind paying $15 extra for something instead of 4 or 5 hours of your time waiting outside before opening, to me, that's worth it. I just can't do it all the time. Lone Vaquero, welcome. Hi. I drove a McLaren Artura yesterday. Crazy. Can I put a link? You cannot put links in chat, but you did answer my question. 16 gig, that's good. That's a good card. The 5060 Ti 16 gig is actually excellent. The problem is that NVIDIA has this habit of doing shady stuff that reviewers don't like. And unfortunately, that tends to color the reviews. So if you can get it for an okay price, I'm looking at the wrong camera again. It's actually a really good GPU if you can get it for the right price. It's all about profit for them. Chris, it is all about profit for them. It's almost like they're a business or something. Observer of Thoughts, what's up? Welcome. So sorry to get back your sanity from that tech news. No, I haven't really looked into it. I'm not gonna, Nero, I will never feign knowledge of something I haven't really looked into myself. So it's something that I would need to familiarize myself with. Now, is it NTC neural texture compression? Is that what that is? That has been a thing for a bit, but I guess there's a newer version of it. I remember with 50 series, they talked about it a lot and how much less VRAM it's going to take. And that was their excuse for selling cards with way less VRAM than the price should. That was always my problem with the VRAM situation. I mean, a lot of people are still running like 1660 supers and stuff that don't even have 8 gigs of VRAM. and they're still having a good time gaming at 1080p, where it's not a problem. It's really just for the price NVIDIA is selling these cards for, they should be as premium as the price is, but they are lacking specific premium features. I remember in 40 series, it was with the bus width that was just like, why are you choking your own GPUs? What is going on here? Someone joined Discord server, and I don't know if they DM'd anyone else, but they DM'd me, my HDMI isn't working, what should I do? And I was like, I'm literally the worst person to ask this to. Haven't heard from them since, so I assume I solved their problem. That's why it's one of the main things I talked about in the how to set up your PC video. And I showed, no, not here, down here. And then go through the comments on that video. From a couple years ago, but it's still like the video that gets viewed the most on my channel month to month. And the comment, the number one comment is about people who plugged into their motherboard. This is what happens when you have multiple ports that your monitor can plug into on the back of your PC. That's just how that goes, is that people are going to be like, oh, well, I don't want to bend over slightly and look, so I'm just going to plug it into the first one I see. Which is why a lot of SIs will put a big sticker over the motherboard IO and say, your GPU gets, your motherboard gets, your monitor, words are hard, sorry. Your monitor plugs in down here, buddy. And it's pretty important. People will still call into that SI's tech support and be like, I'm not getting any picture. Your PCs suck. You're a terrible builder. And they're like, where'd you plug in your monitor? Under that sticker that was in the way and really annoying and had words. I don't like words. And, yeah. So you got NTC right. It's on the topic of 56 Ti. The 16 gig one is about the same price as a further Win 3 3080 Ti found last night, I imagine you meant. I've seen the benchmarks. 5060 Ti is kind of meh upgrade from a 3060 Ti. Nero, where is someone going to get a 3060 Ti? Also, it has double the VRAM, so it's more suited to 1440p. Even though the 3060 Ti could game at 1440p, the 5060 Ti is better suited to it. I'm not saying, when I say it's a pretty solid GPU if you can get it for the right price, that is making zero other claims about it. Like, you have to remember, 95% of people buying computer parts do not care. They just want it to do the things that they want to do. We have to help those people out, right? And be like, yeah, this is a pretty solid decision. The 5060 Ti 8 gig, not as good. It's not as good. You can run into, if you want to play at 1080p, it's actually okay. It's fine. If it's heavily discounted or something, which it's NVIDIA, so it won't be. But if you plan on playing at 1440p, which is the fastest growing resolution among new gamers, right? That's the one most people are leaning towards, since those monitors drop down so much in price. If you want to game at 1440p, get the 16 gig version. It's just better. Most people could get a 5060 Ti and play all the games they want for years to come and never think in their mind, I wonder how this compares to 8 other GPUs. They do not care. And in a lot of ways, they probably shouldn't. It's like, it's our job to really just guide people. So it's my job as someone putting out, being on the internet, being like, hey, this is pretty solid. Now, if someone has a 3060 Ti, the upgrade's going to be in its compatibility with DLSS 4. There are some genuinely good features there. The upgrade, if they're streaming, is going to be in the 9th gen NVENC encoder is like saying ATM machine. All right, I know. NVENC, 9th gen NVENC, a much better encoder. If you just look at the surface of things, if all you're going to look at is charts, all you will ever see are charts. Be careful about that. Charts never tell the whole story. They are merely a tool. And there are videos out there that all it is charts. And I'm not going to finish that thought. Yeah. There's other things to consider as well, like if someone's using other software, might work better with newer GPUs, things like that. Industry software, things like that. Prosumer use cases, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no. It was $600 for 7 laps. The insurance, 3 recon laps. Instructor drives for 3 laps, and a thumb drive with the recording of the session. Very cool. I mean, that's a big investment. I mean, it's a big well, it's not an investment. I mean, you literally don't, other than some footage and the experience, the memories. I'm saying it's a big pay-in for that, but it's pretty cool to be able to talk about that. I jumped from 16 gig DDR3 to 32 gig DDR5. Now I don't even know what to play. Can't help you there, but I mean, it really comes down to the genre of games that you like. I mean, you're better set up to play at higher resolutions. That's one thing, but also, I mean, 7700X and a 5060 Ti 16 gig. You can kind of play anything you want at 1440p. At 1080p, the CPU is not a bottleneck, but it's not a huge help there. The 7700X, though, very capable. It's just, that's when that X3D stuff starts coming into play, where it's like, oh, 1080p gaming for your really fast-paced, high FPS games, that's where it shines. It's funny that it costs a lot more money to use a lower resolution, better, but that's X3D for you. That is how that is. Best $600 ever. That's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Got it, sir. I get your logical standpoint of view. Please don't yell at me. I have PTSD from childhood. I'm not yelling at you. I'm passionate. That's all. I've told you guys this before. I'm never mad at you. I'm generally, like, I was more mad at the culture of content that worships the almighty chart and FPS. It really bothers me because people will spend more money than they should because of that. The 9800X3D is a fantastic example of that. Someone's going to be like, I got to get the best gaming CPU possible. And they plan on playing AAA titles at 4K, where it does not matter. And that just bothers me. It does. It's a couple $100 wasted. Talking about Pokemon, I'm kind of happy with myself. I often hop into Pokemon Go and play because I have the, let's say, opportunity to go all over the world and catch Pokemon. I get to be in populated areas with events. I can end up catching shiny Pokemon that my shiny hunter wife doesn't have, including her first shiny Genesect. I've never seen shiny Genesect. All hail the charts. They're helpful. They can give you data. They are not the be-all end-all. Like, I stopped putting charts when I was still doing pre-built reviews. I stopped putting charts in there because my viewership, like the person who comes to look at a review of like a Skytech PC or something like that, they don't care. Now, they might have been influenced to care about that. And sure, I'll show on screen FPS. Like, hey, this is running great. You know who does well with that? David. David does tech stuff. He just shows the gameplay with the OSD, and that's it. Like, hell yeah, dude. That's the experience people want. They want to just play games. That is it. Toasty Bros do it like that too. Yeah. You have to put your, Chris, here's the thing, man. We often have trouble. And I do that, like, if I wasn't so practiced at trying to view things, like, just a lot of my IT experience was customer facing or internal, but I was often working directly with non sort of tech savvy people who would tell you themselves, I'm not tech savvy. It really takes some mental gymnastics to take yourself out of your own experience and out of your own sort of priorities to understand someone else's priorities, what they might be, and what their experience or lack thereof might mean in terms of communicating with them. Gamers Nexus can show all the charts they want. That is their demographic. That's their audience. Their audience is tech savvy. I am their audience. Their audience is not my audience. And I have to remember that when I'm like tempted to emulate the content I watch, right? But like if I were still doing IT and I went to someone and said, hey, this costs this much more to like, you know, someone who's like to the CFO. If I go to CFO and I'm like, hey, this costs this much more, but look at these charts. If they're not P&L sheets that show like, hey, I saved you a bunch of money on this, I did this and that, right? CFO is not going to care about a 5% increase if it costs 30% more, right? And to the average consumer, that's just like, yeah, I get it. No, you know what? That makes sense. The problem is there's this culture around like, okay, now with all these charts, if the thing I bought isn't at the top, I'm not a real gamer. What is a real gamer? This term gets thrown around a lot. A lot. It's too much. And it bothers me, obviously. But whatever. I don't know. Is 12 gigs on a GPU good for 1440p? Yes, it is. If you're talking about a 5070, yeah, you're good. Or 3080, yes, you're... Oh, 3080 is 10 gigs. A 3080 Ti, 12. Okay, yeah. But no, 12 gigs is more than enough for 1440p. I apologize, Graham. Chris, I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, we do try not to throw that term around too much, I guess. So what's the advice for gaming and maybe editing for YouTube channel, but gaming mostly? Go get flagship 30 series. If 5060 Ti you're gonna be better off with that. You're gonna be better off with that. Flagship 30 series, if you can find it, is not going to be long for updates. You're not going to get driver updates for that for all of eternity. If you're trying to do stuff like editing videos, that could eventually become something professional. You're relying on technology that is already 5 years old. It's not a good bet. So I wouldn't do that. It's a 4070 Ti. Still solid? Yeah. That's a great card for 1440p. You're good to go. Now, as for gaming, Nero, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of discourse around the fact that NVIDIA doesn't prioritize raw rasterized performance anymore. And if that's your main concern, then go AMD. Get a 9070 XT. There are 5060 Ti 16 gigs that are getting around the price of a 9070. And then at that point, if you can find it for a solid price, just get the 9070 XT. You're going to be solid for years on rasterized performance at 1440p. But a 5060 Ti 16 gig kind of has a balance. It's not a monster when it comes to gaming. No, it's not it has the same amount of VRAM as a 5080. So if you're doing applications that are not gaming that rely on VRAM, like that's a solid purchase. I don't know. There's a lot of angles and there's no one answer because everybody's needs are different, right? Real gamers beat the water level of Ninja Turtles on the NES. Well, Coalition Chris, you were saying there are 0 real gamers. Got it. Okay. I loved and hated that game as a kid. I loved it because Ninja Turtles. I hated it because what do you mean I can't use Raphael anymore? Well, actually, Raphael sucked in that game. Donatello was the GOAT in that Ninja Turtles game. What do you mean I can't use Donatello anymore? What do you mean? I got to start from the beginning if I want to use the best turtle in this game? What the heck? A real gamer is someone who has shouted, okay. Natty, here's the thing. There are now gamers that are 13 years old who were not alive yet in 2013 at this point in the year. So, I mean, they're not 13 years old yet then, I guess. Are they? I don't know. Whatever. Birthday math. A greeting is always a good thing before you just start asking questions. It's true. That is a good point, Chris. Thank you. I beat Lion King and Aladdin. Fake news. A real gamer is anyone who plays video games, not counting adware, aka mobile games. Ah, Vaquero, you see, you're gatekeeping right there. There are some people who that's all they have time for are mobile games. And have you played mobile games in the last few years? They've gotten kind of good, actually. You see, it happens to all of us. We all have a slight tendency to gatekeep if it's just something we don't like. If you play games, you are a gamer. There is no real or fake. Now, if there's someone out there who says, I'm a gamer, and they do not play video games, that is a fake gamer. That is literally the only way that could be true. Then 5060 Ti, it's 1440p, solid performance. Great. I generally don't argue with raw power debate because the headroom, if you can call it that, the cards they have make up for it with the frame gen. Yes. Frame gen gets a really bad rap. I don't like Jensen's whole thing now about like, oh, it's all going to be AI, and the DLSS 5 thing was a mess. They need to stop doing that. They need to just get like, now that they have the AI tech for frame gen, cool. If you haven't played a game that can actually do it fairly solidly, you need to. It's something you should experience for yourself and then decide whether you like it or not. I really liked it. It was kind of insane. The feeling of smoothness was like, whoa, I'm actually using my monitor to its full potential right now. This is sick. And it wasn't a 5090. I'd never had a 5090. It was a 5070 Ti at 4K, AAA titles, maxing out. Crazy. In 4K. It's kind of unbelievable. Now, were there some issues? Yes, I detailed them in my 5070 video. There was an issue in Star Wars Outlaws, but like nobody plays that game, so it doesn't really matter. But no, I know Alan Wake 2 had very specific, very difficult, troubling issues with the flashlight use in there, which you use 90% of the game, so that's not good. So if there's games where there are known issues, turn off frame gen and have a great day. There you go. I winked with both eyes. That's just called blinking, in case you didn't know. DLSS 5 was pretty bad. I think the way that they presented it, their intent in how they use it, is pretty bad. Yes. I see how maybe they could do something like messing with lighting and all. Sure, yes, but they actually changed the physical attributes of the characters. And while I don't think it's a torch and pitchforks kind of moment, NVIDIA, I'm glad there was such a massive reaction to that. That is something like Jensen going on stage and being like, everybody's wrong about this. It bothers him. He's bothered. Y'all bothered the billionaire. Good job. Well done. We did it, gang. However, they're just approaching it wrong. There's obviously some pretty cool tech there that they're using the wrong way. Like if they want to have an optional thing that's an added on thing, like, hey, you want to touch this up a bit and I don't know, maybe make it look like those AI ads that you hate? Sure. But it needs to not be on by default, and it sure as hell better not be the main defining feature of DLSS 5, because that's ridiculous. To me, it sounds like this is designed for cloud gaming kind of stuff. This is designed for, like, for you to not own a powerful GPU anymore. We want to sell you cheap GPUs because the AI data centers, they want all the GPUs. Really, we're still just making and selling GPUs, but they pay more. Get wrecked? I honestly think DLSS 5 looks aesthetically good in terms of how it looks to the eyes. See, with the characters, no. With the backgrounds, some of them, yes. Some of them. In the still images, yes. However, remember this. The only animated piece they showed was for that soccer game or whatever, and it was bad. It was objectively bad. Like, I'm not the kind of person to be like, yeah, gamers are going to be at home and they're gonna get freeze frames as they're gaming and they're gonna pixel peep on the freeze frames. No, but you didn't need to. It was a mushy mess. It looked bad. Vaquero just means cowboy, Nero, in Spanish. It's Lone Vaquero 684 on the screen right there. That's who I was responding to. But yeah, I can't stand the look that they gave the characters. Aging up characters, aging down characters, adding makeup and lip filler is just objectively weird. Okay, I can't say objectively. In my opinion, it's weird. Okay, it was very off-putting. Resident Evil looked good already. Like, well, not really. It looked horrifying in terms of it was intended to. But I'm talking about the game already looked good. It did not need that. It didn't need like the glamour shots treatment. It didn't need that. It's still early. I'll wait for a $500 card that can run it before I care about DLSS 5. Well, that's how tech happens, Rutu. It's like they show it on like that's how there are like dev kits for consoles are much bigger and usually more powerful. That's how it is. You develop, then you optimize. That's how that goes. Unless they play board games. That's a tabletop gamer, Chris. There you go. An ultra performance upscale in 4K would be better than performance mode in 1440p. I wouldn't do that. I mean, what do you mean better? Nero, when you say better, you have to understand there's no like technical definition of better. It's subjective, right? Do you want to have a lower frame rate with a larger resolution? Or do you want to have a higher frame rate with a lower resolution? What's better for you? When I say like the best gaming experiences are found in a balance between, getting good frame rate and good visual fidelity, that point is going to be different for everybody. Or is the image reconstruction better in 1440p? Again. First off, Nero, it's going to be different for every individual gamer. Secondly, it's going to be different for every game, how it utilizes those tools from NVIDIA. There's some games that the only ray tracing is going to be like use shadows. We got ray trace shadows, I guess. That's not actually. Developers use these tools to different extents. Like Cyberpunk went all in on NVIDIA, ray tracing, all that. That made it very hard to run if you're trying to run that stuff. But if you have the hardware, it can look absolutely incredible. But once they came out with frame gen, it ran smooth, high FPS while looking really good and having real-time ray tracing. It was crazy. But some of that, yes, those are generated frames. That's what multi-frame gen is. If you're not okay with that, like, I don't know, more morality wise or whatever, like on principle. If you're not good with that on principle, sure, that's your choice to make. To me, it ran really well and it looked really good, in my opinion. So, no, I think objectively it's ugly because you're actively interjecting on how the art was intended to look like. And of course, their reaction was to say, "Oh, the developers can decide how much they want us to erase their artistic or overwrite their artistic vision." I imagine they're going to want you to not do that, like at all, if they care in any way. So why even make the tech at all if it's, it doesn't make sense. I don't know about America, but over here in Australia, the 9060 XT is below MSRP. Same with 9070 XT. Here it is higher, but it's not as egregious as the 50 series NVIDIA cards. Okay. Honestly, Nero, when it comes to how you run your NVIDIA features, it's going to come down to try them all and see which one you like the best. You don't have to get academic about it. Really, just run them and see what feels best for you, looks best for you, just feels right. You're going to have all of those options. So use them all. See which one runs the best. And try that with every game that you take seriously. If it's just, I'm going to try out this indie title, you don't have to go mess with any of that stuff. Just whatever, run the game. But if it's something that's your main game, or one of your 5 or top 10 or whatever, your rotation of game, take the time to try each of those settings that are very quick to change and give it a whirl. See what works best for you. Because whatever works best for you is going to be different for somebody else. I can't tell you which of those is going to be better for you. I'm not you. Around here, an XFX Swift 96AXE 16 gig is $351 US. I would need to compare pricing, but that doesn't sound too bad to me, actually. For a 16 gig card, yeah. Honestly, biggest thing for me recently was upscaling. I always thought it would make games run worse in general, but turns out, nah, same performance, better graphics. Upscaling is huge. It's a huge deal. Just remember this, everybody. When DLSS first came out, all the reviewers hated it. Not all. Most of the reviewers hated it. Okay? Ray tracing comes out. It's a joke and blah, blah, blah. And there's like 4 games that have it, blah, 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 blah. You would think these people don't like technology and don't understand the cycle of development of technology and how that goes. Because both of those technologies are now like, there's games you can't turn the ray tracing off. Still runs pretty good on a decent system. There you go. Because of the other thing that they didn't like, the DLSS, right? Like, Chris, thank you for the lurk, buddy. And thank you for using the animated lurk emote. I'm very proud of that one. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to make it. Okay, I got to do something because I'm not doing anything. I'm just yapping, which, I mean, that's part of my job, but still. Let's check the list, see if anybody's filled it out. No. Okay. You got it. Small reminder for anyone who's actually here to get help with the PC, you do need to fill out the form to get on this list. It will then guide you through answering some very important questions. For some people, for some reason, people like to be like, "Hey, what's a good computer?" and not tell me what their budget is, what they're going to do with the PC, yeah. So this sort of guides you through, hey, this is the information I need to help you out. There's even a place at the end of the form to put a link if you want to put a link to a PC part picker list or a specific pre-built that you're interested in, that kind of thing. Now, after you do so, do not just sit there and not saying anything in chat. You need to let me know you filled out the form and you're waiting for help. In Twitch, on Twitch chat, it's easy. For one thing, you'll see the link to the form in Twitch chat popping up now and then, every 5 minutes. It's right there. Want to get help? Want help getting the right PC for your budget and needs? Fill out this form. That one right there. Click that link, fill out the form. But there's an emote for you to use for free. It says, I'm on the list. That's the one. You don't have to be subscribed. You can just be following for free, and you'll have that custom emote. On YouTube, go to the description, click the link in the description to fill out the form, and then just type in chat at Brayathorn, I'm on the list. You have to spell my name correctly, or it won't highlight the message, and I might miss it. My own experience with games has been set everything to the lowest possible setting and pray it runs well. That's a lot of people's experience, though, if you look at the Steam hardware survey. I know you already told me you're hardware natty. I know. So I've never been bothered with upscaling because I would just automatically turn it off. Tech companies will keep inventing new ways to do things so they can sell your product. That's kind of their job, yeah. That's their raison d'être. Their reason for being. I know I said that very poorly. My French accent is not very good. I apologize. About RE9, the faces looked horrendous compared to path tracing. Capcom kind of screwed with that. If you compare ray tracing with path tracing, and Decima Engine can do that level of visual without path tracing. That's what I mean, Nero, when I say every game is going to be different. You're not going to want to just run the same settings in every game. It's not gonna feel right. You got to just go into the settings, change them, play the game a bit. Oh man, this is not right. Not right. Find that balance between frame rate and fidelity. See what works for you, and you're golden. Hey, it worked. Peckish, what resolution are you gaming at? And that's not true for every game, but it is true for some. What's up, WX? How's it going? Welcome, buddy. So I was OJT on the job training out of town. Is that what that means? Okay. For the race. Oh, you just meant, I thought you were doing OJT out on the job training. I'm like, are you learning to be a race car driver? 1440p, it can still help. Yes, it's just not as big of a help as in 1080p. And different games are going to react to a higher end CPU differently. Some games, you're not really going to see much of a difference. That's not my opinion. That, even though, like I said, charts aren't everything, they are a tool, and that has been proven many times over. Now, if your CPU was something like the one you were rocking, yes, it will be a major upgrade, but a 7700X would probably have been a similar upgrade in that in some games. Some games, like I said, will truly benefit from a very high-end CPU. I've always said that. It's just the majority of games are more GPU bound. I was close to the Dallas Micro Center, so I went and finally got a bigger PC case, G400A. And since it came with ARGB fans anyway, I decided to get a pack of 3 fans, swap them out for the ones in my AIO. So now my AIO is there. Okay. You're transplanting the hardware from the old case to the new case right now. Cool. That's fun. Case migrations are a lot of fun. Good. How are you? Doing okay. Doing okay. So I have a back injury that I've had for years that every now and then flares up. It's a ruptured disc between my L4 and L5 vertebrae, and so lower back. Yeah. So I've been applying heat and ibuprofen, and that's all I can really do other than just get into the gym and strengthen my back muscles so that I don't rely on my whatever. But yeah, so I've been dealing with that, but I'm feeling mostly better now. It was more over the last 5 days or so that I was experiencing that. My laptop's finally peaked at streaming CS2 was mentioned by several people doing some recent casts. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. When streaming to 6K bitrate and 60 FPS work with older tech from late 2020 laptop, or is the older tech that is the issue? Well, 6K bitrate is not max bitrate. I mean, are you talking about streaming directly to Twitch? Because then 7, I think you should be able to do 7. Vertebraethorn. Nice package. Thank you. Got a somewhat lower back pain for the last 15 years. I get it. Yeah. I was trying to rearrange some things in the house, and I lifted something wrong, and I felt that little warning twinge, and I was like, oh, tomorrow's going to suck. Yay. Yeah, max 6K. I always forget with Twitch. Like, it's 2026. Their bitrate sucks. I'm trying to stream 4K over that. How's it look? Yeah, I've done PT off and on for 15 years for my lower back. See, that's what I was missing, was physical training, or physical therapy, I should say, physical therapy. I did physical therapy when I first got the injury for months, actually, and it helped a lot. But having that injury, I gained a lot of weight. And then I went from a job where I was being very physical every day to this full time. And I was sitting at a computer every day. So I gained a lot of weight. I used to be pretty fit, actually. Here's an this is, well, thank you WX, but here, hold on. There we go. That was me early on in streaming. Here, I'll even click it. I can vouch, Peckish can vouch that I gained a lot of weight. Thank you, Peckish. Like, look at how skinny my head was. Even just this part. No, that's about the same. You can tell though, like how much my beard has grayed. This right here, it's not even salt and pepper anymore. It's all salt at this point. Yeah, this was 5 years ago, or 10. Who knows? Based on what we're looking at here. Oh, hey, I was using a SM58. Anyways. I was vouching for WX fan. Yeah. No, I mean, I already shaved my head back then. All right. No, core, yes. That it's core and back. Yes. Those are the things that can help protect your lower back. What's up, Machiavelli? I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier. My bad. Did my first live DJ set in VR. The computer you spec'd out for me worked fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. That's awesome. I am... I should just use my tremors as an excuse to rip Pokemon packs. Guys, look, my hands are shaking. I need to rip some Pokemon packs. But no, we need to do some of that. I have a lot of stuff here that I want. I mean, I'm not doing everything right now, obviously, but what I'm worried about are these things. Why are we yelling? WX, hearing that from you just feels weird. Honestly, seeing you lean is weird. It's like those vids of the kids seeing their dad without a beard for the first time. It's like, there's something very critical missing here. Well, I have pictures of me with hair. We're not even bringing those up. Got some MX4 on the CPU, generous amount. Cool. Very nice. MX4, very solid. All reliable right there. I used a lot of that stuff in my day. So these are something I'm concerned about. And I remember hearing about these. Check these out. These are from, I think, whoever was distributing Pokemon cards at this time, just like threw these together. There's 20 cards in there, and there's a hollow foil, one foil guaranteed. It could be anything. And I basically want to open these as a little bit of a, hey, maybe don't open, maybe don't buy these. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a massive hit and like the fact that they put the Moonbrew on the front is just like, really? Really? Okay. Sure. You have a chance to get in the Moonbrew on. Getting surgery soon? Yes. In about a week. Oh yeah, last night I went on doing undervolting my CPU and got great results. Underload temps went down by roughly 10 degrees. Good. Power draw went down to 7 watts and Cinebench performance went up about 2K. Also bought some MX7 to reduce temps further from my crap pace and running right now. Cool. Nice. And boost clocks are now 5.65. Sweet. I forget what they're like. The 9850X3D is still fairly new, so I don't have those memorized. But yeah. Okay. But yeah, Machiavelli, congrats on that first live DJ set. That's really cool. I'm glad it went well. Oh, I will say this, and Natty, you probably already know this, but I spent some time last night into the morning. I was just up doing this and other stuff. Just going through a lot of the stuff I've opened, documenting it in the spreadsheet for the Pokédex, getting that updated, and I have this much that I need to... Here, I'll go to this camera. Hey, there's chat. All right. Of course, I have these out. Like, these I didn't... This one I already had. This one I now have 3 of these. But then, of course, that. These were from other things. They just don't fit in here because I have a lot of cards to swap out or add into the Pokédex. Holy jeez. So that's something I like. The way I do it is I will go in and sort these by Pokédex entry, like in order, so that I can just make one pass through the Pokédex. It's just when it comes to full art cards, they don't have their Pokédex number on there. Thank you, Pokemon Company. So I have to like go look it up and for every single card as I go. It takes a little time. So, but yeah, that's a lot of that is documented now. I am now caught up to... What was the last date? So the 2nd of April. So I still have a lot of days to go here to catch up. But I did a lot. I got a lot of it handled. We still have some more to go though. Okay, so now I got to decide what I'm going to be opening. So I have these two where I can compare the build and battle box with a booster box, a booster bundle, right? Booster bundle versus build and battle box, right? This is if you want to play the game. This is if you're just trying to chase cards, but Perfect Order is not the best set for just collectors. I've got this Surging Sparks ETB that I picked up, which I do need. There's still some really cool cards in full arts in Surging Sparks that I would love to get, but it's not that generous of a set. I've got another Perfect Order ETB because I want more Perfect Order cards to get more trainer cards. I want more Mega Zygarde EX, just the regular ones, to build a Mega Zygarde EX deck. because of core memory and all that functionality is really cool, it seems. I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off, but hey, I'm new to the game. We have... this thing, that's upside down. I'm definitely opening this tonight because I want to rip more Ascended Heroes. I think I have one more of these on the way. And this has 10 packs in it. Just to give you an idea, the ETB is like $150 with 9 packs. This is 10 packs plus a, I feel like a better promo card because it's a mega attack rare. And a poster, I mean, if you want it. And it's like $40 less than an ETB. And it has more. ETB's not always the best option, but we'll talk about that when we open it. And that I'm excited about. This I'm a little salty about, but there is one product where the best place to buy it is actually GameStop, because they set the MSRP for this because it was exclusive to them. If you find it anywhere else, you are paying more. I opened one of these recently and it was very bad, and I want revenge. So we're doing one more Team Rocket's Moltres Ultra Premium Collection. That's probably going to be next time. I think I'm saving that for Tuesday. That is like 18 packs in there. So, but that also gives me that Moltres SIR promo card for the trade binder, all that stuff. You know, it's gonna mitigate the cost of that one. Yo, WX, thank you for the lurk, buddy. I appreciate you. Packers, I'm glad to hear that's working out. What do you do with all your extra common, uncommon, etc. cards? You must have a mountain by now. I sort them and store them for the purpose of going back and building decks and all of that. I'm a new collector that also wants to play the game. So it's not something that I can just give away. However, once I've built a few decks and I realize, okay, this is out of rotation, this is not even legal to use in the game right now and all that. Whenever I go to card shows and stuff, I might bring bulk to, like, I know that Card Party, which is going to be they're having it in Dallas, I think in September, which is my birthday month. So I don't know how well that's going to coincide. Is it in August or September? Not my birthday. I mean, Card Party, whatever. They have like bulk alley or something where people can bring their bulk and just give it away. So I'll probably do stuff like that because I'll know the people who are there are going to be like, you know, kids who are just getting into the game or getting into collecting, and it'll be fun. For that, I'm probably going to take all my bulk and sort it by Pokédex entry for anyone trying to build a Pokédex. That might be kind of cool. Panther, welcome. How's it going? I must have missed your emotes that you usually do. But yeah, welcome. I'm a both chats usually just didn't hear if you said hello. Finally, you got a minute to type a proper message. I appreciate that. You're more likely to get a hello if I do see a message, because that that's a little easier for me to catch. Honestly, I know it's weird because emotes are bold and colorful and stuff like that, but sometimes I do overlook that. Gonna have 6 intake, 4 exhaust. Nice. That's good. Positive pressure setup. Just so you have an idea, what the estimate that I'm calculating the sheet just takes the total amount of cards registered to Pokédex is up to 1964, assuming that Bray has at least 2 of every common. That number jumps to over 2,400 cards. I have more than that of multiple commons. Yeah. It's a lot of cards, but I am doing my best to store them properly and actually make it to where when I need to find one, I can find it. But they're not, you know, being in a humid environment. They don't need sleeves, whatever. The commons and uncommons, whatever, just go like that. But everything that has foil on it has a penny sleeve on it. And I'm sorting those separately. So basically, if I want to build a set and have cool reverse hollows and things like that to use with it, they're all going to be sorted and ready for me to just go be like, okay, so we need Meganium for this. Meganium hollows. Cool. Go to ME. Here we go. Bam. And I have like 5 of the Meganium hollows ready to go. Anyways, because you need, the thing is, if you're like, oh, but what do you do with all your duplicates? You need duplicates to build decks. You don't want to have just a 1 in 60 chance of pulling a card that you really need to evolve your Pokemon. You need to have like 8 of a certain card. But when it comes to building decks, I don't have to pull everything. If there's something like, oh, I don't have enough Pokepads, I want more of those in my deck so I have a better chance of pulling that card and using that item, well, then I can go buy a few singles. And it'll be like, 50 cents per card. But I have a lot of Pokepads, actually, because they are both in Ascended Heroes and in Perfect Order. Speaking of Ascended Heroes, that's what I want to open first. Oh, it's all falling down. It's all collapsing. That's what I want to open first. Don't look at my mess. It's messy. I was doing really good with starting to organize and clear out this room to redo this corner here to have my setup there. And then the card show came up, and then I got boxes in of some things that I needed to build that hands-free IRL streaming setup. And it made a huge mess. And then I had to pack, and then I had to unpack. So I have a huge mess again. I have to redo all the cleaning and sorting that I did. But every time I travel, I don't have a good storage solution for my gear, unfortunately. I have like just these nice bags that I put them, these nice cases that I put them in, but every time I need to go dig through them, it's just, the stuff is everywhere. It sucks. I will do better. Eventually. If I zoom out at all, that's in, buddy. It's these big boxes that can be kind of a pain in the butt. I just need to do this, get the box out of the way, and yeah. See, yes. The squid is pretty funny. It's a pretty funny bunch of emotes. I'd like to have something like that for us, but yeah. All right, let's do this. What gets me is the names. The names of what? The sets? 1 second. All right, Peckish, thanks for hanging out. See you on the next one. It's funny. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, I've been recording this whole time. All right. Natty, they're not looking. Okay, I guess they saw the screen for a second. Right. I'm learning how to play the game and a total newbie, so I'm just absorbing as much knowledge as possible. Same with the PC stuff, absorbing as much info as I can. Thank you again for all this. You're pretty amazing. Oh, thank you, Astralis. The fact that you're pursuing both and I cover both, that's pretty cool. That's cool. And I wish you the best in that pursuit. Both pursuits, because they're both awesome. I don't know if I'm like one of the only creators that genuinely likes Perfect Order, maybe because I'm learning to play the game, but it is actually a really good set. Part of it is because the prices are staying good. But guess what? That's not what we're opening right now. We're opening the expensive one, Ascended Heroes. And let's talk about this box right here real quick. This is the premium poster collection. The Mega Gardevoir version is a Mega Lucario version as well. And that is the poster that you get and the promo card that you get, the Mega Attack Rare. The ETB for Ascended Heroes, the prices are continually crazy on that, like $150 or something. It's crazy. You get 9 packs, you get some dice, you get some dividers, you get some sleeves. It's great. And you get a promo card, and it's cool. But you get the Ends Zekrom. It's great. But for like $40 less or so, you get this, which has more packs. At 10 packs, you get a better promo card because it's the Mega Attack Rare, and you get a poster. So like, I sometimes you got to look for stuff like this to get a better deal. But we're ripping into this. Tons of packs in here to get through. So we are doing that, and I am excited because I don't know. I know the odds of getting something like a God pack from this are really low. I get that. I understand that. But you're saying there's a chance. They also do not make, like, have they heard of perforation at Pokemon Company? Please. They really don't want you opening this, I guess. There we go. Wait, it says it somewhere. Okay. Now, the poster in this, if you're trying to decorate a space or something, it's actually pretty cool. It's a 27-inch by 39-inch poster that is of this card right here. That's the wrong way. That is of this card, the Mega Attack Rare. 27 by 39, and it's such a cool, dynamic card with the art there. I love it. I'm not putting this poster up, but you might want to do something like that. And they have the Lucario version as well. But there we go. There is our, let's get these packs out first. 10 packs of Ascended Heroes. There we go. This is one of those sets where you're not going to have booster boxes available, which are generally, because you're buying more at once, the cheaper way to get the packs. So you got to find things like this in order to save, to find any savings, if there are going to be any to be had. Okay, and just to be extra careful with this, get your code card for TCG Live, not for TCG Pocket. But Live is the one that's more accurate to the actual TCG. There we go. We're putting this in a top loader immediately because I didn't have this card yet. Now I got to decide whether I'm going to replace my secret shiny rare from Shiny Treasures of Gardevoir with this. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you think I should. But that secret shiny rare is one of the best Gardevoir cards ever. It's so good. So I don't know what to do there, but there we go. Okay, and I can bring chat back in now. Yes, I have been. They're very good. Very Dr. Stone. It's been awesome getting back into that series. Not that it was that long ago that I got caught that Ari and I got caught up, but it's just so good. All right, we have 10 packs here. I get to decide now, like, do I want to do all 10 in one video or split it up 5 and 5? And just in case I can't decide, I mean, I don't know. I can't decide right now. So we're just going to do 5 and then we'll do the other 5 and we'll just edit it however we want. And if we do it the way it's 2 videos, get subscribed so you don't miss the next one. All right, let's get ripping here. Okay, let's see. One thing I love about this set, any set that has hollow energies, I like. Of course, we didn't get one right off the bat, but that's okay. Let's zoom out just a bit so we can zoom in if we want to in the edit. There we go. All right. I have pretty much all of the commons and uncommons. I'm fairly certain from this set at this point. I have opened I've opened like I opened like 5 ETBs of this set. There we go. Petrarunt reverse, Larry Starley Pokeball reverse, and Togekiss hollow. Okay, nothing crazy right off the bat. Hollow energy, come on. Nope. All right. They're not the best hollow energies that that they've had here. Some of my favorites have been in 151 has really good ones, unfortunately. White Flare and Black Bolt have really nice hollow energies. Canary reverse, Reshiram reverse, Pokeball, and Hoopa hollow. Okay, all right. I guess maybe all the good stuff's in that second stack of packs. I don't know. Trust me, Chris, most people can't pronounce the Pokemon names. I'm sure I've gotten plenty of them wrong myself. Okay. All right. Grubbin, Togepi, Reboot, Gibble, Slurpuff, Giovanni, Spiritomb. Yo, we got the Misdreavus illustration rare. We do have this one already, but it's still such a great card to get. That's a really good one. That's going to go in the trade binder, and it's going to be, this can help us get something else that we don't have later down the road, but that is a good hit right there. So we are not, it's not a shutout right off the bat. Lunatone. Look at this. We got the Soul Rock and the Lunatone, and you do need these both in your deck if you want to use that Lunatone's ability, Lunar Cycle. But we got the Dusk Ball version of that Soul Rock, which is that irony? Someone call Alanis Morissette. Is that irony? I don't know. I doubt she's actually the authority on irony, having heard that song. Anyways, moving on. So let's go ahead and sleeve this up at least. There we go. All right, another Misdreavus. Very nice. It's such a good card. Hollow energy, please. I need more. Yes, there we go. Hollow lightning energy there. Very nice. These are nice and simple. If you prefer them nice and simple, this is the set for you to get those hollow energies. I'm considering those a hit because I really want them. All right, Skitty, Tepig. Speaking of Skitty, shout out to Skitty Bitty, who makes some amazing video game essay content. Awesome stuff. Urbane, Dustox, Pangoro, Charge-a-Bug, Energy Reverse, Pangoro, Love Ball Reverse, and Kangaskhan, Team Rocket's Kangaskhan EX. All right, all right. Take those. Let's sleeve up this hollow energy as well. And our 5th pack. This is going to be halfway through this poster collection with its 10 packs. Another Hollow Energy. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Nope. All right. Psyduck. Meryl. Stunfisk. Linoon. Urbane. Ends Vanillux. Dragon Grandpa. Yo, we got the Dreepy illustration rare. Let's go. It's such a sick card. I love this one. Oh, do I already have this? I have to check. I feel like I would remember having gotten this, but it's such a good card. Dreepy, where are you? Oh, there we go. No, I just have a Master Ball hollow. So that is a solid upgrade. What a cute card. Look at this. We're zooming in. We're zooming out, actually. We're zooming in. Look at that. Look at how great that card is. The hollow on it is very subtle, and it lets the pop of that art, the colors, the clean artwork just shine through. I love it. So happy to add that to the Pokédex. That's perfect. Erica's Tangela Pokeball Reverse. Colossal Hollow. That's it for the first 5 packs. So just in case we make this 2 videos, get subscribed or hit follow so you don't miss the next one, because apparently this box is pretty good so far. I mean, depending on what you call a hit. I call that a hit. Let me get these up here real quick. Pretty good so far. So let's get the other 5 packs opened in the next one. And if I don't, this is for the edit in case I don't do that. Let's open those other 5 packs right now. I gotta know. Let's move those aside. Also, oh, don't forget, we did get a very sick promo card here. If you don't already have an amazing Gardevoir card, now you do if you get this. Or the Lucario one as well, if you get the Lucario box. Okay, 5 more packs. That was 4 hits out of just 5 packs. So let's see if we can beat that and get a hit for every pack in this one. Who knows? All right, Hollow Energy. Let's go. Come on. Nope. Okay. The hollow is so subtle on these that I have to actually, like, on some of them, I have to actually look, like that dark energy there. All right. Snorunt, Badoo, Dratini, Meowth, Lily's Determination. Great trainer card there. Spiritomb, Team Rocket's Mimikyu, Noibat, Energy Reverse, Lanoon, Dusk Ball Reverse, and Groudon Hollow. Okay. Okay. All right. This one does not want to give up its secrets here. There we go. I used really good glue on that one if there was a reseal. I mean, if we get a big hit, obviously not resealed, but if we don't, it's because it's resealed, not because I'm unlucky. All right. Salandit, Chikorita, Night Stretcher. Okay. Larry's Kamala. Larry's Braviary. Okay, Larry's got this one. Dragonair. That's nice Dragonair art. I really like it. Mystery Garden, trainer card, Stadium. Miss Magius, Miss Magius. I say Miss Magius because it's a mage. That's a magician, mage, right? Magic, mage. Anyways, whatever. Moving on. Energy Reverse. Fan Rotom, Dusk Ball Reverse, and Hoopa Hollow. Okay. 3 left. We might have gotten all our hits in those first 5 packs. I don't know. It happens. I do have another one of these on the way because I didn't know I was going to get this one. So. Okay, no hollow energy. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. All right. Surfer. Let's make sure our focus is pristine in case we get a really good hit. Snom, Scraggy, Starly, Forest of Vitality, Team Rocket's Mimikyu, Salazzle, Lily's Determination Reverse. I love getting these in any kind of foil or hollow. It's great. Larry's Starly Reverse, Pokeball, and Team Rocket Spide Ops. I have like 50 of those. Cool. Oh boy. 2 packs left. You know what that means? This is the penultimate pack. Because that means second to last. Oh, come on, camera. You're not getting bored of my jokes, too. Come on. It's not a joke, really. It's literally the definition of the words. I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, we got that Mischievous. And we got that Dreepy. That Dreepy is... It is a perfect full art card. Come on. No hollow. 1 hollow energy out of a box of 10 packs is crazy. All right. Erica's Tangela, Totodile, Charmander, Diglett, Galarian Obstagoon, Anthea and Concordia trainer card. Team Rocket's Doug Trio, Tepig Reverse Energy, Spide Ops Reverse Team Rocket, and oh, we got the Canary Ultra Rare trainer card. That's a dope card right there. So we didn't go hitless on the second half of the box. We still have 1 pack remaining. But yes, there was that whole thing when Legends EA came out. Oh, it's another streamer character. Oh, it's another electric Pokemon trainer. Okay. But they're very different characters. So I don't know. What are your feelings on that? I don't like how parasocial Naveen was, though. Or maybe not. I don't know. It was a weird aspect to that game, I would say. Ruby, what's up? Welcome. Spide Ops, your #1 fan. No, I don't want to think that. No. Followed by Bulbasaur and Froakie as well. Okay, last pack. Let's go. Hollow Energy. Right. Wrong. Never mind. Okay. Swirlix. Villalish. Skitty. Tepig. Dragon Grandpa. Bayonet. Urbane. Meryl Reverse Energy. Poochyena Reverse Duskball. And the final card is a Trevenant Hollow. So out of this last 5 packs, we just get the Canary, but out of the whole 10 packs, we did 50-50 if you're counting the Hollow Energy like I am. And we got 5 hits out of 10 packs. The Mischievous is awesome. The Dreepy is the star of the show here because I already got one of the Mischievous. Otherwise, this, it'd be pretty equal. And then, of course, the ultra rare Canary full art trainer card. Not too shabby. Do not forget, though, an absolutely dope Mega Attack Rare promo. Mega Gardevoir EX Mega Attack Rare promo card. That's a really good one overall. So, yeah, not a bad box. We do have another one on the way, so we'll see if that one's any better, but get subscribed or hit follow in case you haven't already so you don't miss those. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. There we go. That could have been worse. It could have been better. So, now, usually, I don't know. I prefer getting Pokemon cards, generally, because the whole goal is a Pokédex, and there's no Dex entries for trainers, right? So, I don't know. And this is what I'm actually sad about. 1 Hollow Energy. Just 1 out of 10 packs. That is not a great pull rate for those. Chris, thank you for hitting the like button, buddy. I appreciate that. Rubu, how are things going for you? How you been? Okay. Well, all right. Let me get these all sorted real quick. Only one EX as well is kind of crazy. But yeah, Spide Ops. Spide Ops. Yay. Being able to adjust all this stuff wirelessly is so sick, by the way. It's so cool. Wait, that's... No, that. Okay. That goes in the trainer cards. Yeah, I typically spend time after stream going through, getting anything that has foil to it like this, putting it in a penny sleeve just to make sure it's taken care of. So we sort of reverse those and reverse against our commons and uncommons here that are not shiny in any way. There we go, like that. It's a quick way to sort through them after the fact. Oh, music. Hello, music. Here, let's put something not boring on. I like this track a lot. It's nice. It's contemplative. But yeah. I love Level Cap. This is such a good song. Oh boy. Never mind. I think it's a power supply cable for... Lone Vaquero, what were you talking about while I was ripping Pokemon packs? Talked about Dr. Stone. Heck yes. I don't remember if I mentioned, but my favorite character is Ryusi. Yes, you did on the last time you brought it up. Yeah. Voiced by Clifford Chaplin, which is a match made in heaven for a VA and character. I love when that happens. It's great. Hey, these Montech RGB fans came with a hub. Can I connect the cable coming out of my AIO's heatsink out of your AIO's heatsink into this hub? Physical connection does match, but I don't know. I mean, if it's 3-pin, 5-volt ARGB, it should all work together. Yes. And then you're going to have either the hub operating things with the little push button thing, or you can just pass through to your motherboard's control. Okay. Let me put these in top loaders as well. I'll bet you this. I mean, I just need to put this in the trade binder. That'll get traded out for sure. There are people who collect trainer cards, is what I mean. Now that I've added trading to the things that I can do when I really cemented my methodology for the Pokedex, I don't feel bad about getting cards that are not Pokemon, which is appropriate. I shouldn't. There's some really cool artwork for a lot of these, and that's artists who put hard work into it, you know? I just absolutely love the Mega Attack rares. They're such cool cards. How you guys doing? What's going on? Huh? What's going on out there, chat? Oh, never mind. I think that's the power supply cable for the pump. Definitely shouldn't plug that into the fan hub. That's correct. So is it the SATA power? What are we talking about? Or is it 4-pin PWM? Like a fan header. If you look for that on your motherboard, there should be a header that looks like a fan header with the 4 pins there, but it says AIO pump. Plug your AIO pump into that one. Oh my goodness. Watch them all getting your buttons kicked on Pokemon TCG Live. I need to play more of that. I have taken a lot of these cards and I've gotten opened a lot of packs. I have a big collection in there, but really I get into building a deck and I freeze. I'm like, I don't know enough. I need to watch a couple YouTube videos. Come on, just do it. It's a time thing. I keep thinking I don't have time to watch probably a 15-minute video and be able to take it from there. Yeah. They even have loaner decks that you can play that are fully built. It's basically a digital version of this. And focus on that, would you? Thank you. And I just don't do it. I hope I don't get another superior deck from this. That would be dumb because I already have it. Although I could take some of those cards and build up to a 60 card tournament deck, but I already have enough pretty much to do that from ripping packs. So I don't know. It's funny because you get more cards. You actually get more cards in a build-in battle box than you do in a booster bundle, because this has a 40 card deck plus 4 booster packs with 10 cards each. That's 80 cards. This has 6 booster packs of 10 cards each. That's 60 cards. But these cost more because there's 2 extra chances, 2 extra packs at getting. It just doesn't make sense. That's going to be my point, is that these make more sense because it's like $35 versus like whatever. I don't know. Or I don't know. It depends on. I think actually the price is at MSRP is a little higher for build and battle box, but booster bundles typically end up being priced higher on the market. People want packs to rip. Like that's what makes those cost money. I wonder what happened to that. Graphics cards are technically an expansion of a system, probably because computers used to use CPU cores. Well, I mean, it used to all be integrated graphics until you got specific graphic accelerating cards, like a separate processor for just graphics, which the big advancement was parallel processing, right? So, oh boy. This could very easily get into the weeds, okay? A CPU can process, like a CPU core, can process a single thing very, very fast. Like a bunch of single things every cycle, right? A GPU can process a whole lot of things at once. Bam. So think of like a, I don't know, like a machine gun versus a shotgun. Well, an automatic shotgun, whatever. I don't, guns, whatever. It kind of works. In fact, there was a great demonstration that was at an NVIDIA thing from the Mythbusters where they showed this. But the reason it works so well for graphics is, imagine a CPU trying to process every pixel of a picture. It could do each pixel very fast, but it has to do them all like that. Whereas a GPU does every pixel, bop, 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 like that. Parallel processing. There it is, I guess. But they built this thing out of paintball guns, where they were like, here's a CPU, and they had a really fast shooting paintball gun. There you go. This is a GPU, and it was one shot, and they painted the Mona Lisa out of paintballs with that in one shot. But it was like 75 paintball guns at once. So pretty cool. Good demonstration. Good way to visualize parallel processing. So you can't have your CPU do both. So that's when a dedicated graphics card became a thing. Now, as integrated graphics have advanced, you have GPUs in some CPUs, particularly in laptops especially. Mobile processors will be sort of an SoC, system on chip kind of thing. Or when you have it in a desktop CPU, like AMD calls it an APU, okay? It's just CPU and GPU in one chip. You have that parallel processing. It's not a dedicated piece of hardware separate from the silicon. Well, I mean, this is the worst explanation ever. This is why certain videos are scripted, right? Because then you can sort of collate your thoughts and knowledge instead of just trying to remember things as you go. And then See, I could use parallel processing right now, because then I could process my memory of the technology, how I should go about explaining it in a way that is easy to digest, and then actually saying the stuff. Parallel processing. So it's not about the math. It's about the fact that it can do parallel processing. It's not going to... Notice that clock speeds on GPUs are much lower, but the core counts are insane compared to a CPU. Look at those two specs, clock speed and core count. Compare those between a CPU and a GPU. You'll get the picture immediately, I'm sure. I figured the best way was to just jump in and learn as I go. Pocket is more polished, but I like Live more. Well, Pocket doesn't really follow the exact rules of the TCG. You get like an energy every turn regardless, and all those things that really change the balance of the game and how it feels to play it. Live is just straight up, here's the TCG, here you go. Oh, you can't do that, so it's not going to work. You can't do this. It sort of really just guides you through it. I never played a game on there. I've just been collecting the cards with the future intention of doing that. Don't do like me, just jump into it, right? Like you did. I did a jump in and go thing at a local event and played in person. That was probably a lot less comfortable than doing it from the comfort of my own home. But I had other people there who were like, oh, you can't do that here. And yeah, you could do this here. And they were really nice, as they completely decimated me in the game. So it wasn't like they were like letting me win or doing anything like that. I went 3-0. Wait, is that winning? I went 0-3. There we go. That's what I should say. I went 0-3. So that tells you that they are very competitive, but they're very friendly. It's a really cool community. At least ours here, I guess. Checking the form. No entries. I'm even going out of my way on Twitch and leaving it under science and tech. I could probably get more people who want to see Pokemon stuff to come into the channel and check it out if I went to Pokemon TCG and streamed under that category. I don't want to leave behind the science and tech stuff. That is what I'm good at. Anybody can rip packs. And I need to remember that. Pardonnez-moi. I would just like y'all's input on something, okay? Help me out. So here's what I've got. I think I'm gonna save the Team Rocket Ultra Premium Collection box for next stream. And I'm gonna make like probably 3 videos out of that. 6 packs per video, because it's 18 packs in there, okay? I think it's kind of how I did it for the other one. But here's the other stuff I have. I'm actually, man, I'm so like reluctant to open these. These were $20 each. And it's like 20 random cards with 1 foil guaranteed. It's like, whatever. But I should, just for a PSA, right? Not that PSA, public service announcement. Okay, so here's the other stuff I've got. Perfect Order ETB. Been sitting on this for a little bit. For like a week. This is more recent. Surging Sparks ETB. Haven't opened much of this. I have 1 ETB of this that I've opened, and then some random packs from collection boxes or whatever. And then I have these 2. The Perfect Order. It's mostly Perfect Order, it seems. But we did start with Ascended Hero, so it's not all the same. Booster Bundle and Build and Battle Box. Perfect Order ETB. All right. That was vehement. Anyone else? Got to see tutorials someone working in the same case I got. That's always helpful. Absolutely. We'll be here. I am excited for this because I have to know what deck is in here. I'm really excited to have more than 1 pre-made deck to work with. But my eventual intent, I'm thinking I want to go with a Mega Zygarde EX centric deck. And the Mega Zygarde EX, I have one right here. This is the card, okay? Let me show you this combo, all right? So here is the Mega Zygarde EX. Now, with some decks, you have to put out your starter Pokemon. Like, for me, it would be Snivy and all the way up to Superior. With this is a basic card. If it says basic, you can just play this card. Now, there are 2 moves on here. One of these is Gaia Wave. It takes 3 fighting energy, so it takes time to build up to this. You would basically have this Pokemon on your bench while feeding it some energy and using your other Pokemon to protect it, or like attack the other Pokemon on the other side, stall their strategy while you're building up the energy on this, and then you can swap your Pokemon. You can use there's methods of doing that. You can have the other one retreat and put this one in, or the other Pokemon dies, and then this one's like, okay, hey, hi, hello. Now, the other attack here is kind of wacky, like kind of crazy, and can completely wipe your opponent's entire play area of active Pokemon and 5 benched Pokemon. Okay? It's called Nullifying Zero. This takes 5 fighting energy for each of your opponent's Pokemon. If you're lucky, this can go crazy. Flip a coin. If heads, this attack does 150 damage to that Pokemon. As a reminder, most starter Pokemon are 70 HP or under, so that just wipes it if you get heads for it. Don't apply weakness and resistance for benched Pokemon. Right, because they're not in the active spot. So if they're weak to fighting type moves, it doesn't really matter here. But that can completely, if you're lucky, wipe out the bench, meaning all the backup Pokemon for your opponent. And if you kill their main Pokemon at that point, they're out. That's it. Game over. Now there's this, though. This is Core Memory. This is a card you can only use for Mega Zygarde EX. And it's not when I saw this card, but when I saw this card that I was like, oh, I gotta do this. It says, the Mega Zygarde EX this card is attached to can use the attack on this card. You still need the necessary energy to use this attack. So basically, a Pokemon tool is a trainer card that gets attached to your Pokemon. So it's there. If your Pokemon gets wiped out, they both go to the discard pile. Geobuster is the attack. It discards you have to have 4 fighting energy on there. It will then discard all energy from the Pokemon if you use this attack, but it is 350 damage. And you can get certain cards that can maybe up that amount, maybe, but I don't know the trainer cards well enough to tell you. But 350 is bananas. Mega Zygarde EX is a beefy Pokemon, and it has 310 HP. So this thing is a monster. I want to pull more of these. If not, I can just go buy the cards. EX cards are not expensive because they are very common to pull. It's just you got to pull the right ones to build your deck, right? Or you just go buy the singles. But that right there, that would be sick. And if it's fighting energy, then I think then I can do a Tyrantrum deck and just have these be part of it as either the actual primary strategy or a backup strategy, because the Tyrant to Tyrantrum deck that uses fighting energy. So I'd really like to get that in the build and battle box. So here are the 3 votes we have so far. Perfect Order ETB. Shanala kind of backs it up by saying do Perfect Order, then Surging Sparks ETB. Bluesionic Wolf says the deck. That's kind of 2 votes to do the Perfect Order ETB first. Whatever I do after, I really want to know what's in that box, though. But I don't know. Okay. But I just hope that giving you guys a little insight into the game shows you I'm serious about playing this more. I haven't had the time, or rather, I haven't set aside the time to go to my local card shop and play, but I really want to get a grasp on the game. Now that I've played it a bit and I know the basics of just playing the game much better, I really want to get a really solid deck that I am confident in, and I know both the strategy, the internal strategy of the deck, right? The whole premise of the deck, but also I have responses to other decks in the current meta. I mean, that's just called improving. That's called getting better. But it would be also good to make some friends over there, people that I can hit up with questions and just meet up with to play the game and learn more stuff. There were some really friendly people there at the event that at the pre-release. I know that they are going to be doing a pre-release for Chaos Rising. I feel a little bit silly because I've opened literally 5 boxes of Ninja Spinner, which is how I got that the 3 chases that I had. Chaos Rising is just Ninja Spinner, maybe with a few extra cards. Oops. So there's not really going to be any new Pokemon for that, but I want the cards in English to play the decks, to play the game. But I really want to spend more time playing Perfect Order before it switches over. Now, I don't think they're going to be like cycling out Perfect Order already. Like those decks and cards are going to be valid for a lot longer, but who knows? Instead of using a build and battle box, I recommend buying a League Battle deck. I agree. I just haven't run into one yet. I should probably look for one to order. But I liked the build and battle box. I don't know if the League Battle decks, they don't come with packs. So it's a little bit more relevant to the content to do the build and battle box because it comes with 4 packs. And I find them to be a pretty solid value for someone interested in both, in collecting and playing the game. It's kind of that perfect middle product. Now, if they have a League Battle deck of Mega Zygarde EX, like that features Mega Zygarde EX, absolutely. Because then you get like 3 of those EX cards with the box. I need to do the research and find that product and get it. But I'm having fun just opening the packs right now. And I've been getting quite a few of the cards I need. I have more Pokepads than I can use. I think I have 2 full art Pokepads at this point, which is awesome for playing the game. He's like, yes, they're worth like 15, 20 bucks. So like playing it like that, I don't know, but yeah. No, I think they're going to have one for Mega Lucario. Oh, sick. Okay. Lucario is a great Pokemon. I really like Lucario, so that could be fun. Right now, the only one is Rocket's Mewtwo. Okay. Well, right now we have 2 votes to open this first. Wolverine versus Pokemon. Or just I like fun things. I like comics and I like cards. And I like all that stuff. What's up, Link? How's it going? Welcome. Oh, here, y'all can see. Wait, where was it? There, y'all can see Natty's message there. There you go. There you go, Natty. 1 second. Just trying to keep you on your toes. have lots of anime t-shirts, but I probably won't wear them if I'm going out to see customers at my job. Well, yeah, I wouldn't either if I was going to see customers, but just going out and doing chores or like running errands or whatever, yeah. Trolley 1206, welcome. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Here we help people find PCs, but also we also rip Pokemon packs. And guess which part of the stream you're in right now? We can go back and forth. There's no one who has entered a form to get help, PC help, but you can if you need to. Oh, no. There you go. Okay. So this was universally voted on. Well, not universally. This was 2 out of 3 voted on opening the Perfect Order ETB. I will reserve judgment on what to do after that because I really want to see what pack is in that. And I'm going to do the build and battle box and the booster box. We can save the Surging Sparks ETB for the next stream. Although I might be getting something else as well in the mail between now and then. Oh, I think it's another... Wait, what is it that I'm getting? It might be the Obsidian Flames ETB. Tuesday might be ETB day. I don't know. We'll see. We got a lot. I don't know. I do need to space these out. I can't just buy all the things and just keep doing that. I need to take my time with some of this. But I do have a... I just need to, like, as I can afford to get things, order them over time so I have a steady trickle of stuff to open that comes in. That or I need to just find a distributor that wants to work with... Not a distributor, but someone who works with one or something that wants to work with me. That'd be great. I think you're going to have... Right now, the only one is Rock... Oh, I already read that before. Yeah, I guess I'll wait until there's something more centered around Perfect Order because I really like this set. This is the first set I ever played in person to play the game, so... That's the button. I found the button. Okay. All right. Not forget to hit the record button. Okay. I have one more Perfect Order ETB. This is probably the last one I'm going to get. So let's see how this one does with its 9 packs. I did open one of these, and I've also opened a booster box of Perfect Order, and I don't feel bad about that at all. I actually really like this set because I'm someone who intends to collect and play the game. This is more for players rather than collectors, and that's fine with me. It keeps those prices low-ish. Low enough that I can get not my squishy coin. Hey, what's that bouncing around in there? It's because they just kind of throw it in there. We've already seen everything else that's in the ETB, so let's get right to these 9 packs. Well, I mean, maybe you've seen it. If you didn't see my other video on it, then sure, but I'm sure you've seen people open ETBs. There's some dice in there, some damage counters, there's a coin. You did see the coin. There's sleeves, there's dividers, and there is a promo card of Tyrant in there that I happened to pull out of Nihil Zero, the Japanese set, before Perfect Order even came out. So, all right, 9 packs. Are these like the elite boxes? These are the elite boxes. That is an elite trainer box. Yes, that is what I'm opening right now. Pack number 1 is a Mega Starmie pack. Let this be a sign that that's what we're getting because I really want that SIR. The Mega Starmie SIR is... I'm not going to chase it, but if I did have a chase for this set, that would be it. Let's dial in that focus. Also move the mic to where it hears me better. Okay. All right. Let's get going here. Esper, Scatterbug. I've gotten all of these at this point. There are some cards that I need more of to build decks, but hey, You know, that's how that goes. Tarragon Reverse, Ratata Reverse, and Chen Pao Hollow. All right. If I'm not mistaken, that I watched a Purple Cliff video of him opening 100 packs of this, and I think he was saying something about that Chen Pao being pretty good. That's one thing I like about watching Purple Cliff. It's not just blah blah blah. Everything else, nothing else matters. Let's just get to the hits. He talks about the game, and he talks about the viability of certain cards in the game. I really enjoy that about his content. So thank you, Purple Cliff, for diving into those things whenever you're doing your insane 100-pack videos. Hippowdon Seal Reverse, Drapion Reverse, and Luxray Hollow. All right. If you're ever going to do something like this, which I don't recommend, by the way, unless you have a financially viable way to do it, or you're going to see some ROI from it, have something handy to throw all your pack trash into as you go. Don't let that all build up. It's a big mess if you let it build up. Ariados, Binacle, Fletchender, Vivian. He talked about this card. This card being an absolute pain if you play against it, or really good if you use it. So I'm going to be pulling out all of those and looking at that strategy. Energy Swatter, Snivy Reverse. That's cool for my Superior deck if I end up continuing to use that. Doublade Reverse. And our final card here, oh snap, is Superior Hollow. Okay, we're taking a quick break here. 1 second. Hold up. Because we're getting raided by the manly man himself. Let's go, nerds. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Manly. What's going on, brother? How the heck are you doing? I can get out of this now. We don't need the speed lines anymore. What's going on, dude? And welcome, Raiders. How's it going? You came right in the middle of me recording a video, or I would have been like that. Oh, sorry. Because I stream on YouTube, I am extra, like, I've got the auto mod, like, going crazy. Here you go. Just drop a little shout out there. What were you doing? You were playing, of course, Need for Speed Most Wanted. Just the adrenaline turned into a video game. Dude, you don't know how I put so many hours into that game back in the day. So yeah, really enjoyed your video on it. And I was like, yep, this sums it up. I need to get whatever, I need to basically do whatever you did to play it in ultra wide, because that sounds insane. All right, man. Hey, thank you for the lurk. And thank you, Anonymous. Anonymous just gifted Manly a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. Welcome to the swarm, my friend. I will keep that in mind. Okay, come on, buttons. You go out of your way to install IQ just so you can use a mouse as a stream deck, and then it like... It's like, oh, are you using the Stream Deck buttons? Okay, I guess. Need for Speed Most Wanted Redux. That's simple enough to remember. All right, man. I'll keep that in mind. If you gotta go, you gotta go take your break. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for dropping your chat off with me. I'll take good care of them. Make sure they're fed and in bed by 10. Wait, what time is it? Oh crap! It's 10:34. Yeah, well, okay. You know, they're a rambunctious lot, so it's a collection of mods, new cars and stuff, improved visuals too. Sick. It is such a good one. I mean, Underground 2, super dope. It's just it's not the same. Yes, Redux V3 I have it installed on my ROG Ally. That sounds so that's pretty fun, man. Gaming handhelds are kind of crazy. What a What a market that is. And crazy to think that we have the Switch to thank for it. And yes, I know the Steam Deck. Okay, I know. What do you think inspired that? Vivian works really well with Decidueye EX. That's the one. Thank you, Arcstrike. The Vivian with... So this card right here. I'm still recording. I'm sorry. You just cut this part out. It's fine. So this guy right here. Or this butterfly right here. With, okay. With Decidueye EX. I think I have the ultra rare for that. Man, Twitch, back up. Relax. You get a raid and it's like, oh, ad starts in 2 minutes. Oh, there's a hype train. There was one gifted sub. Like, chill. We're not that crazy around here. Also, I'm a little sad that Manly didn't notice my custom microphone. I know it's an SM7B DB, but like, and those are played out, but not this one. Okay, this is my purple one, my custom purple one. All right, it's pretty sick. Where did I even? Oh, here it is. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty microphone. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it's no video microphone hanging from this to yell into, but, and also constantly throw on reverb and abruptly cut it off. That's what you guys are used to, I know. So anyways, I'm Braithorn. What I do here is, for those of you who stuck around, I do two things. I help people with PCs, as in, hey, I got this budget. I want to do video editing, streaming, content creation, you know, and gaming, of course. What do I do? And I help them find the right pre-built or put together a parts list for a DIY build, if that's what they're doing. That is why I'm in science and tech category. But because the market died, thank you, AI, I pivoted to doing some Pokemon content that's going to be for a second channel on YouTube that is the same. It's Braithorn, but it's Braithorn EX. So it's going to be for Pokemon shorts and long form video games and playing the Pokemon games and playing the TCG and ripping the packs and everything Pokemon, basically throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks, what works best. But I still help people who come in and who are like bound and determined to buy a PC or build a PC in this truncated market. I like your room. Thank you. Much like most streamers and content creators, everything you cannot, whatever you can't see in this FOV of the camera is an absolute mess. So I don't like my room, but I did set up a pretty nice little background here. It's pretty cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's a mess because I just try to do too much in here in this small space. Actually beat Modern Underground 2 recently, sort of trimming the races down, new cars and customization parts, and no mandatory visual upgrades for progression. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. Like if you have a clean look and you don't want to I don't want to put 8 speakers and 2 crossovers in my trunk. Like that's why, who would even do that? Oh, there's people who do that obviously, but like, doesn't surprise me that the older Need for Speed games had mods. I just never really thought about them having mods until now. Best thing about PC gaming. I'd customize my SM58, but I'm basic and I like my tech black. Hold up. You see, I'm going to be doing some green screen stuff, and I wanted a handheld microphone because this room is not acoustically treated. I have a shotgun mic, but it wouldn't sound very good. So, ergo, while I was getting this, you said the magic word, although the word is letters and numbers. SM58. All day long, baby. This is such a good microphone. So I'm going to be on a green screen being like that. Why, here's the thing. 2 reasons that I go for such brightly colored stuff. As I get older, the old rods and cones, they get a little dull. So I need bright colors. Secondly, it's just also it's an attention getting thing. It's just another thing to get a little bit to set yourself apart just a little bit. And this dude, colorware does crazy work. This is an automotive grade paint job. Like, look at this on the mic. The SM58 is so good for untreated rooms. My old mic is a AT 2020. Yep, that is a condenser, right? So going from condenser to dynamic is awesome for untreated rooms. Glad I got my new PC a couple years back. It's still holding up well, but I like a new GPU at this point. 8 gigs of VRAM is starting to get a little limiting. If you're at anything above 1080p, that will be the case, yes. Yes! I mean, that's our mascot right there. The 3D print, this is yellow. It's meant to be yellow, gold, orange color. But yeah, also, you can just get these on Amazon in custom colors. You can just get your pop filter and just replace that. There you go. And this is like $7. Also, you can add a little pop filtration in there if you tend to have pervasive plosives. Yeah. Pervasive isn't the right word. Plentiful? A plethora thereof. I moved up to 1440p not long ago, and I do very heavy Skyrim modding. That started pushing it past 8 gigs. That will do that. System memory and your VRAM as well. Am I still... Okay. I just wanted to have one solid recording for that video. So while I do this setup right here that you're looking at, by the way, this is for doing shorts. We can just move the video from here, this right here, to this right here. Just literally move the video in that frame for the shorts. And then we also have chat right there if we want to catch anything from chat for the video. That's why it's such a weird top-down view, but also I don't need to be so zoomed in. Anyways, yeah, I just want to show you that. You said SM58, and it's such a staple. It's a legendary microphone. If you want to know how much I like Shure microphones, my mic before this was a Super 55. I like Shure. Think got the framing for shorts nailed? Yep. I don't make a lot of them, but I do pay attention when I do. It's going to be really good for that. And also, if I want to make a YouTube video like this. Oh, hey, there we go. Sweet. If I want to do a landscape video like this. Done. There you go. But yeah, no, the thing about it is shorts, you have to be so consistent with them and put out so many. I needed to set it up for the edit, for the future edit, to be easy to do. Here's my battery. It's doing okay. All right. Okay. So for those of you who stuck around, I was in the middle of doing opening a perfect order ETB and ripping those packs. So if Pokemon's not your thing, I understand. Basically, I tend to go back and forth between PC and Pokemon stuff if people are filling out the form and asking for help. I'm looking at the wrong camera again. This is a problem with having two of them, like there. But what was I saying? If you want help with the PC, like if you're like, hey, I know the market sucks, but I want to do an upgrade, or I am trying to build a new one or buy a new one, that is exactly what I do one-on-one. It's free. You just fill out the form. That link just posted in Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, it's in the description. And it's just that there have been very few form submissions in the last couple months because of Ramageddon. But this is what I do. I'm here to help with that. I'm here to make that easy. If there's anything to be found, I'll find it or I'll do my best. It really depends on your expectations versus your budget. That truly is it. You have to expect that you're going to get less than you would have before for the same budget. That's how global shortages work. Kaidogram 05. Cool. Cool. 0-5 loss win. Oh, sick. 5 straight wins. Matching is definitely not based on skill level. That's awesome. Well, I mean, I don't know about, you know, skill-based matchmaking not being a thing on TCG Live, but hey, sure. Kytogram, I've seen a lot of first-time chats. That is definitely one of them. So, yeah, back to Pokemon stuff. I might just leave chat off for this one. Oh, hold on. Did I read that wrong? You said 0-5 loss win. So that would mean 0 losses, 5 wins. So I'm literally going based off of what you said. If the first number is losses and the second number is wins, then you went 0-5, as in normally it's win/loss, and you would be 5-0 if you won 5 games. Okay, cool. All right. Just wanted to let you know I am paying attention. All right, so again, thank you, Manly, for the raid. You're the best. I haven't hung out in your chat like in forever, and I need to fix that. When I watch streams, I am a lurker. That is what I'm usually working. I'm doing something else and listening in, and maybe now and then I'll hear something, I'll go in and respond to it, something like that. I'm like that, I guess. I don't know. So I am there sometimes. It's not as often as I would like. I don't get to watch my friends as much as I would like. Silly electrical Ajit. Hi. Had a Corsair 2x16 RAM fail, bought in 2020 during the big C, and they have a lifetime warranty for the original purchaser. Needed my machine running for work, so bought same again, and the shop gave me original receipt for first RAM, got an RMA, and they replaced it, so not 64 gigs. Wow. Great customer service. Needed to follow the procedure. Sometimes that's all you got to do. Yeah. Corsair can be really good with RMAs or really bad with RMAs. And I cannot tell you which you're going to get from one day to the next. But the fact that they honored that during this global shortage is, hey, good job, Corsair. Unless it was through a certain seller instead of Corsair themselves. But I imagine a warranty like that is from the manufacturer. And even if it's someone else fulfilling that for you, they're probably fulfilling it through a manufacturer RMA. That's really cool. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, well, what am I doing? What did I do? I clicked on the wrong thing. Let's get back into what we were doing. Let's finish off this ETB. We've got some cool stuff to open. If nobody fills out the form, that's fine. If you do fill out the form, I don't automatically know. I've never set anything up that would ping me whenever someone fills out the form and that submission comes through and gets put into the spreadsheet. So you do have to tell me. If you're watching on Twitch, most of you are right now, just if you follow, there's a free emote that says I'm on the list. I do ask if I'm going to give you free help that can save you hundreds of dollars or more, that you do drop a free follow. I would appreciate that. But that gives you access to that emote for free. So there you go. That's the one, Natty. Thank you. That's what I hear is Corsair customer service is like PSA grading. It depends if the person in charge that day has. Yeah, that would be it. First bought 80 pounds back in the day, or 80. I mean, what do y'all call those? I think I've heard pounds. So let's say that. Or is it euros or whatever? I don't know. That is a foreign symbol to me. Literally. The second was about 200. Yeah, that would be. At least prices are falling. Prices are falling. I'm not going to set my watch by it, but like it's not going to be consistent is what I mean. It's going to be it's either the industry normalizing or one of the two reasons that everyone sensationalized. I tend to not just go for that. John Paul Bacon, welcome. How's it going? Glad to have you here. I used Mem86 and took pics of the degrading RAM to have evidence. Well done. That can be an arduous process, like a long process, but very consistent. Igor1980 coming in with a tier 1 sub. 25 months of support. Let's go, nerds. Thank you very much, Igor. And welcome back. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. Glad to have you. I need to have it shift faster out of that. The problem is I do my voice effects on my audio interface and I do my video stuff through a Stream Deck. So it's like separate things I got to do. All right, back to what I was doing. Thank you for the raid again. And for those raiders who are sticking around, I hope you have a good time. Let's just there's less, I know there's less sort of I don't have the brain rot, you know, or on the corner of the screen doing Subway, what is it? Subway Surfers. I don't have it's not as overstimulating as Manly's stream, which I say that in the most complimentary way possible. But maybe a little break is a nice thing to have. Let your brain rest a little bit. And let's just chill and open some Pokemon cards. Just bought an NVIDIA 5080 to run local AI. Not sure that if that's something you chat about. Only been on Twitch for a week as a viewer. My livelihood, the reason I'm doing Pokemon stuff is because my livelihood of helping people find PCs, consumers, really, only, you know, kind of died down, let's say, because of AI. My reaction to that is exactly what you would expect, what anyone would have, which is and also I tend to go to CES and Computex every year. I'm not going to Computex this year because I went to CES and just like I expected, it wasn't anyone addressing the global shortage issues. It was just all, but look at our AI and how about our AI? And it's demoralizing. It's saddening. I actually had to step back from talking too much about tech because I was burning myself out professionally and emotionally. So AI is I'm not against AI as a concept. I'm against AI as I don't know, the way Sam Altman sees it and also plays with the global economy. I'd rather he didn't do that. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of tech creators are struggling right now. The creators who come out and say, hey, these products are good, these products are not good, in my opinion, here, don't waste your money on this, instead waste your money on that. We're all sort of trying to tread water right now. A lot of my buddies in that, like I'm talking about my YouTube content, all that. I just haven't been uploading tech videos for a while because of Ramageddon. I did some Black Friday stuff, and ever since then, it's just been like, there's nothing out there. Like, yeah. So it's pretty rough right now. It is what it is, though. We'll recover. We recovered from the global shortages for GPUs, although the memory shortages are worse because while not every computer needs a GPU, like business computers, workstations, things like that, everything that does ones and zeros needs memory and storage. So it is worse. But hey, them's the breaks. That's what I get for tying my career to a fickle industry. This whole situation is one of the reasons I never sell my old computer parts. I always build a PC at the drop of a hat whenever I want. I can always build a PC at the drop of a hat when I want. Plus, it's nice to have spare parts for troubleshooting. Absolutely. Well, I've used AI for coding, and I'm impressed, but you still need to know what you're doing and set context, know if the output is good, etc. Like here, let me give you the other side of it. One of my favorite YouTube channels is and creators is Doug, and all the crazy stuff he does with AI. It's hilarious. And also, I'm a big fan of Vettel and Neurosama. I'm not the kind of person who will just write off an entire technology because I don't like the way it's affecting, you know, other stuff. No, I see potential there. It's just like corporations do. it is just, they've taken something very cool that has a lot of potential, and they've been like, but profit? Huh? Huh? And it sours it. You know what I mean? So yeah, and I know other streamers here I've rated and been rated by, streamers who talk about AI and also do coding and things like that. And those are two that you would think never the paths shall cross, but because it's like, oh yeah, vibe coding, okay, just learn Python, blah blah blah, whatever. Anything that AI to me is like, hey, this is a tool. I've been using Photoshop for years. I've been using AI for a very long time, and it makes my job a lot easier, which is what AI should do. It shouldn't replace my job and just say, have me just put in a, I could just put in a prompt and get an AI thumbnail. But I scroll through YouTube and I'm just there like AI thumbnail, AI thumbnail. You can really tell. So I don't do that, but I use it as a tool all the time. A lot of us do. And OpenAI didn't even buy the RAM fake, but well, yeah. Well, the bubble, Dr. Deadclick, unfortunately, is very real. It's just even more tenuous than we thought. Because now those companies are like, wait, so no money? What about all this money we invested in that company, that invested it in this company, then invested in this company, but the original money's not coming to us? Okay, now that's if all of that is true. I haven't seen a direct thing from, and I don't think we will see something from Sam Altman being like, hey, I'm a liar, by the way. I didn't actually do the thing that ruined the economy, the global economy, but who knows? Waiting for AI to come in handy during games where the NPCs start having real dialogue with what is going on around them, not just spouting the same thing over and over. NVIDIA's been working on that kind of stuff with some devs for like a long time. I saw that at CES at the NVIDIA thing. I think I was at either CES 2024 or 2025. And it was actually kind of dope, except that it wasn't there yet. But I'm not the kind of person who looks at early tech and says, it sucks now, so it's going to suck forever. That's not how technology works, and I understand that. It's, tens of thousands of employees being fired to try and replace them with AI. That's where it goes wrong. It will always, like any hopeful technology, is just a fart away from being ruined by corporate greed. That is how it has been, how it is, and however it shall be. Not however, but forever it shall be. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. That is not new. That's just how it be. AI is a tool. It can multiply your ability, like the lever can give more strength. Lever can give more strength. The car and the horse analogy, but you need to know if it outputs good things. I don't want to chat to an AI. Relationships will be hard to replace people. In fact, people are avoiding AI videos because it's not relational. AI videos don't feel real. There's also no money in them, apparently. Sora? People don't want to pay for fake videos. They want those to be free. It's actually super expensive. So yeah. I was going to play some music while we're talking about this. Listen. I just want to make cool stuff. I don't want to feel like I didn't make the cool stuff. I have spent dozens of hours on a 1-minute PC montage. Maybe not dozens of hours. Tens. We'll remove 4 or 5 hours from that estimate, okay? I have spent large amounts of time on the artistic side of video editing to make amazing PC montages for like PC review, pre-built reviews and things like that. And it didn't matter whether it was a $5,000 PC or a $1,200 PC, because I wanted anyone with any budget to be able to say, yo, that's really dope. I'd like to get something that has that cool of a thing made for it. Like that, basically a music video about a computer, and they come out pretty good. Like, I was proud of those. I don't want to lose that spark. I don't want to lose that feeling of accomplishment. And it's pretty easy to just say, here's this machine. Let me feed the base elements of this into there, and whatever comes out, neat. That ain't me, right? So whenever Sora came out, or was coming out, I was like, I really hope this isn't good. I hope it's not good. At the same time that I want to be really creative and be able to do all my own stuff myself, I also have chronic fatigue syndrome and only so many hours of productivity per day, right? And it wasn't good. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to be tempted to use this, right? But it wouldn't have worked anyway. I don't know. It's different. Let me close out my thoughts on AI with this. I was at CES in January. And yes, there was some cool stuff. Like Thermaltake had an awesome booth there that had all their new cases and new stuff that was like this. They can't really do AI because they make cases and coolers and fans and stuff like that. I loved that. That was great. That was like a break. It was like an oasis in a desert. Which is where oasis, how do you pluralize oasis? What's where those things are? They're in deserts, whatever. But I didn't put blinders on. Yeah, the Razer booth sucked. They wanted to give you a little AI waifu on your desk. That is the worst iteration of AI. It serves no actual purpose. Like I have video of them trying to explain. I never posted that video. I didn't care. And if I don't care, then I don't care to post it, right? I also went on my own dime because if you have these companies sponsor you, you have to talk about their talking points in a video. And it would have 99% been AI. I wasn't about to do that. But there was one company that had a solid practical that I saw because I had contacts there. I'm sure there were other ones, okay? I'm not sure. Let's assume there were other ones. But AMD had in this massive booth that was like a tour thing, it was kind of like an IKEA thing where you just go through where they had a lab set up. And they were just like, well, this AI just frees up a lab technicians or someone running experiments or projects. It frees up their assistant to do more important things because it basically is a tool to assist the assistant, to help whoever's running the projects, things like that, sort out their day-to-day, their appointments, their emails, things like that. And it runs locally. So it's not like, hey, all your info for this very private project is going to our servers that are totally secure. And I was like, this is how you do it. It just helps and makes things better. And AMD got it, like they understood. And then the next thing was like, here's an AI that helps you figure out what coffee drink you want. And I was like, well, there that went. Okay. I know what coffee drink I want. This is not necessary. You had me like you had me at the first one like I was good. You could have stopped right there. I'm sorry, I have not been reading chat. That's not how discourse works. That's my bad. The thing about it is that it's not a matter of technology not being there, but a matter of it being a lot of work, like with how Oblivion characters actually do have a whole routine and react to their environment. Oh, Crimson Desert, their NPCs just do stuff over like a period of weeks. Like there's one group of NPCs carving a statue. If you just stand there, they proceed with carving a statue. Insane work. It's just a lot of work for a detail that people will just be like, oh, that's neat, and then proceed to ignore the rest of the NPC dialogue. Yeah. Yep, let the devs use it as a tool, not a replacement for them. I bought a walnut blaster and paint gun to start painting my cases. Igor, that's sick. That's awesome. Do me a favor, whatever you paint, post that up in the DIY channel. I'd like to see that. AI not replacing hardware. Well, NVIDIA would beg to differ because they continue saying, like, they actually straight up said about 60 series, there's not going to be a massive improvement in raster. Yeah, that's been 40 and 50 series. Well, okay, no. The 4090 was a massive improvement in raster, but everything under that, iterative like improvements. Most companies want ongoing revenue subscription model. The hardware you own is hard to do with that. AI is a perfect ongoing revenue model. Yep. And also, if people can't get powerful gaming PCs, but they can get Chromebooks, well, cloud gaming is your answer, isn't it? Jensen Huang. And if you don't know, that is the CEO of NVIDIA, the on and off the highest valued company in the world, okay? Which is crazy. They made gaming GPUs for a long time, okay? That's just it. They don't even manufacture them. They design them. TSMC doesn't manufacture, whatever. I don't know. They do the manufacturing. All right. He is on recording. This was in 2024, telling shareholders, we will control the market. We will reduce supply to get prices under control because the prices on their products were too good. Under control means customers paying MSRP or higher. NVIDIA does not like people paying under MSRP for their product. It's a bad look for them. They want their product to feel out of reach. Well, not out of reach, but premium. Like it's worth paying the exorbitant prices for 8 gigs of VRAM. There you go. Yeah, girlfriend stuff is the most pathetic thing I've ever heard of. Yeah. And it would roast you for your gameplay, but then be like, oh, this loadout, blah, blah, blah. And you should take this weapon, as if someone who's obsessed with a game doesn't usually have that kind of stuff locked in. Like, I even asked my contact at Razer when we were going to be like, after like the third AI thing they had, I was like, do y'all have any just gaming gear you want to show, or like just mice, keyboards, anything new? And he was like, yeah, not really. I was like, you're Razer. That's your thing. That's it. That's like what you've got. Exactly. Except I would go without the tech first if I could not own it. Well, I mean, that's what people will have to do. Go without tech if they can't own it. Always trusty. What's going on? Hi, how do I get Shadowless first edition Charizard? I don't know. They're the most expensive cards, other than a few exceptions. I'm new to this, so I wouldn't know what to tell you there. I think you might have mistaken the chat entry section here for the Google search bar, because you're going to get a better result there. Just copy paste that into Google and you'll find a Reddit post or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't like to pretend to be an expert on stuff that I'm not well versed in. Silly Electrical said, same as ARM, they invent the IP and others use it to make chips. Yep. Apple's gone sideways with the M series and using the RAM and GPU as shared. Fun fact, Intel, of course, has fabs, right? Core Ultra 200S got a bad rap, is actually a fantastic lineup of CPUs. Once the prices inevitably dropped from launch, that happens all the time with mid and mid-level and even up to almost the top CPUs. Just the whole lineup usually drops in price. It was the best deal in CPUs on the market, period. Okay? Especially if you don't just game. 265K for 260, amazing. Okay, it was amazing. I won't get into all that too much. I talked about it endlessly. They lost all their reputation because of 13th and 14th gen. That debacle, having no internally known issues and refusing RMAs anyway, and taking a year to admit anything was wrong. The first batches of 13th gen had oxidation issues, meaning problems in manufacturing. So everyone's, the next generation, they can't manufacture CPUs anymore. Core Ultra 200S, they didn't make it. TSMC did. So even more points in favor of Core Ultra 200S. And now, of course, they have the Plus CPUs that are even better. But then again, Intel doesn't understand that people can sometimes they just want to upgrade their CPU without upgrading their motherboard, so they don't support them in the future. Whatever. I'm back and forth on Intel all the time, but the Core Ultra 200S line is really, really good. Nova Lake might be even better. Just stop writing off an entire company because of a few YouTube videos that you watched, okay? There is always more to the story. And AMD 3D V-Cache chips are amazing, but they are also overhyped. They are most beneficial in 1080p, and they cost like $500 for 1080p benefits, mostly. Like, huh? At CES, I was like, release it. Release the 9600X3D. Freaking do it. And they're like, 9850X3D. A couple percent more performance for $60 more or whatever. And I'm like, how's the sound effect go? Fuck! It's a faster echo, but that one, that's not the whole word. So I keep my clean image here, but I, for some reason, settled on not cussing during stream. I don't know when that happened. I cuss all the time off stream. But also YouTube auto moderation, like their AI moderation, is absolutely overkill. Yo! Thank you for the 100 biddies, Silly Electrical. Thank you very much. I will post soon. Working on one now. Friend at work wants to buy a PC now, but now is not the time. You're right about that. So I'm building one for her to borrow for now. Painting the case silk base magenta. Nice. Did you see this thing? Yeah, I didn't do that. I wish I had. I wish I could pull off a paint job like this. I'm gonna say it's terrible. Glad I went back. Glad I went ARM back in the day. Upgraded my GPU and got the RMA on RAM. Yep. How is everyone tonight? We're good. I got to get back to finishing this video. I was in the middle of an ETB when Liam raided. So Manly raided. But yeah. Okay. Well, at least now some of y'all, for the few times that I will come actually say something when I'm hanging out watching the stream, you'll know who I am. There you go. I'm a dude in a room who yells about PCs and now also is very into Pokemon cards. And going to be doing more Pokemon stuff until the industry heals. And even beyond, I'll keep doing that because I've really been enjoying myself. This has been a lot of fun. So for those new here, the whole premise of what I'm doing is I've been building a full Pokédex, which is 1,025 Pokemon over the decades that they've been making new Pokemon. And the rules are I have to follow the game rules for getting my Pokemon. I cannot buy them because with a few exceptions, you can't buy Pokemon in the games. You have to catch them, trade for them, or the special third way of getting them. So catching them means ripping packs and getting them that way. Trading for them is I trade other collectors for their cards based on the cards I have that are maybe extra ones I have or whatever. The third option for getting Pokemon in a legit fashion in the video games is promos, because they do codes that you can get to download. You put in a code and they send you a Pokemon. So promo cards count. Those are my rules for building my Pokedex. I've been doing it for a few months now, and it's pretty rad, actually. Right now, rarity does not matter. But as I keep on going, I'm replacing more basic cards with full arts or anything, shiny or whatever. That's what's going on. Lol, never Pokemon ever, but love your vibe. Thank you. If you're working CAD, not worried about hardcore games, how would you lean? Intel, AMD, RAM, GPU on a reasonable budget? Like straight up like AutoCAD or a CAD program, like CAD software of another type. What I would probably do is I would wait for Nova Lake, which is later this year. Okay? If the CAD software that you are using likes CPU cores, like the best machines for like have Threadripper in them, right? Or something like that have a lot of cores. The flagship, oh, you said not that expensive, right? Like not on a reasonable budget. Well, the core counts on Intel CPUs with the next generation are going to skyrocket. Not just the flagship that's going to cost like $600, but also the ones just under that are going to be a couple $100 cheaper. But we are fairly certain in the circles of tech content creators, right? In our circle, that the flagship's going to have, it's going to go from a 24 core flagship in this generation to 52 cores. 52. That's bananas. So that means it's not just going to be the flagship, though. They're all going to get massive core counts. So if your CAD software really likes that, Intel's going to be the way. And meantime, AMD's like, hey, guys, we learned to count past 8. And we're going to have more than 8 cores per chiplet now, potentially. That's also a rumor. You could be looking at 10 or 12. I'm feeling more like 12 cores per CCD. We'll see. CD. 9950X 3D here for CAD design and overall multitasking. Yeah. My problem is core parking. I will never forgive AMD for not figuring out, like, apparently a year later they did figure out core parking. Like, if I feel like it could have, having put out this is their 3rd generation of 3D V-Cache chips, they should not have had their flagship still have core parking, where once you turn on a game, you have 8 cores. For some of my friends that I've helped with recommending PC stuff or even building it for them, that like AMD want the gaming performance, but also run insane streams with a lot of stuff going on, they can't afford to lose half their CPU while they're running everything. So it's a very specific use case, but one that I run into a lot. So it's important to me specifically. Now, the 9950X 3D V2 supposedly fixes that. I need to reach out to one of my contacts at AMD, who I know would tell me straight up what the deal is. I need to verify that core parking is gone and done with, because there's still probably going to be some kind of chiplet to chiplet latency to deal with. But in certain programs like that, a monolithic die is simply going to be superior. If you're going to be using all your chiplets, also that 3D V-Cache, Intel's going to have their version of that for Nova Lake. Enjoy your superiority in 1080p gaming while you have it. I'm not an AMD hater. I have friends that work there. Like, I literally in December was touring their labs. Like, they're cool people. But they build flaws into their products. I got to chat for like a little while with the person who is the lead developer for Expo. You know, their memory overclocking profiles and all that. And what did I tell him? Did I say, hey, try to get, you know, let's get a solid 8,000 mega transfer per second for Expo? Yada. No. I told him, can you guys build in sort of better compatibility with RAM that is not 10 nanosecond first word latency? Because I don't know, y'all are tech, some of y'all sound pretty tech savvy. Do you know about memory synchronization, one-to-one memory sync, and 10 nanosecond first word latency, and how the interplay is between those, what the relationship is there? Okay. There's 2 elements here. Boy, I'm getting into the weeds, but you have your frequency and you have your latency. Okay, first word latency comes from in sort of an equation between the 2. Okay, frequency. Let's take, for example, you know what? I can give you visual examples of this. Okay, check this. Go to the builder here. We're going to clear out this so I don't have any compatibility stuff. Products, memory. Okay, so if you're hunting for RAM, what is this camera doing? Okay, there we go. All right, if you're looking for RAM for Ryzen You don't need to worry about frequency or latency, really. It kind of doesn't matter. You worry about this, first word latency latency. Now, you might be like, but they said the sweet spot is DDR5 6000 CL30. Oh, but then they changed the sweet spot to DDR5 6400 CL32. Okay, cool. Cool story. All right. First word latency, 10 nanoseconds. First word latency. What pops up when you do that? Actually, this tells the whole story, but we're going to stick to just DDR5 right now. Oh, DDR5 6000 CL30. Huh. DDR5 6400 CL32. Huh. But how far back does it go? This has been the story for Ryzen and continues to be the story for Ryzen, where if you don't get the right RAM, they'll tell you you're going to lose performance, right? 10 nanosecond first word latency, DDR4 3200 CL16 or DDR4 3600 CL18. If you know your RAM stuff, this just simplified shopping for RAM for Ryzen forevermore. That's it. You just need that. Put in your capacity and how many sticks you want. You're done. It kind of doesn't matter otherwise. 6,000 frequency of 6,000 megatransfers per second versus 6,400. Just know, like, okay, Photoshop is going to prefer higher frequency. Then go with that. 6,400. Have fun. Your editing video doesn't matter. Capacity is king. Get the highest capacity you can at the lowest cost you can with 10 nanosecond first word latency. Dunion rings, baby. That's it. But I told them, I told the guy, I was like, whatever you're prioritizing for the next version of Expo, the next update, the next Agisa, and then Expo included, y'all need to make it first word latency agnostic as well as you can, the way Intel is, because they admitted it themselves. Intel has a much more versatile memory controller. It don't care about this. It's just going to eke out the best performance it can. Whereas if you're off on your first word latency, it's going to not give you the max performance out of your Ryzen CPU. Not just because the RAM has higher latency, or if you go lower latency, you actually can lose performance, okay, overall. But just because it needs one-to-one memory sync for Ryzen to work the way it's meant to. That's it. Boy, I've just been really going off. I'm sorry. So I told them that, and they were like, okay, go on. I was like, this was in December. So Ramageddon was really kicking in here. Okay. It had started in like late August, early September, but it really was in full effect here. Not full effect, but it was getting there. I was like, there's a global memory crisis, a global memory shortage that is affecting every consumer. And it's for those who are giving out advice, making video, they talk about getting the right memory for Ryzen, you guys. So this global shortage disproportionately affects you over Intel. Because with Intel, just get fast memory, you'll be good. You're fine, whatever. And the last update for Expo that I saw, if I'm not mistaken, there was a little bit of in there about other memory frequencies and latencies working better. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe they took my word for it. I mean, when you say it's going to affect their bottom line, you're just handing them something to take to that committee or team and be like, hey, have we looked at this angle? And it's from his reaction, it seemed like they had not really considered that angle. They were just about like, hey, we got to get max performance. Let's get better performance and stability. But the problem is stability is reliant upon having the right first word latency. That is kind of a thing. That's part of the, it's part of the deal. It's not just about performance, it's about stability. So to add to that, I also suggested, hey, also, could you like make Expo work better with two DIMMs per channel? I've run Intel on 4 sticks of DDR5, and it was just like, okay, sure. That's not the meta. The meta, because AMD is the popular platform right now, is 2 sticks of DDR5, no more. You do not fill all RAM slots. It is such a big deal that memory manufacturers came out with dummy sticks just so it looked like you had all 4 sticks, but 2 of them had no memory. It was just RGB or whatever. So I was like, we are not having the luxury right now of being picky about our memory, including getting 2 sticks of 32 gigs. If we try to get 64 for some video editing, right? We might need to get 4 sticks of 16 gigs, or get 2 sticks now and 2 later. And that's going to work better for your competition than it will for you guys. So that was going into that place, seeing what they had there, and just trying to soak that all in, while also being a wordy nerd, right? Being just mouthing off about like, the first word latency, blah, 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 blah. It was a really weird experience. But when I really started getting into it, I felt like that's when they were like, all right, this dude, yeah, okay, this is not just some media person this is someone who not only like looked into the stuff, understands the stuff, and cares about it, and has a different perspective. Fresh pair of eyes. Let's go. What do you see here? And man, they were super cool. They were so cool. Sometimes that's what you need. You need an outside perspective to sort of hey, pull back. Y'all been used to this. How many generations of Ryzen? But this market no longer supports that. Let's see. Nova Lake sounds great. Marketing? I don't know. I just seen Fusion is introducing cloud AI in their web-based stuff. Every program, every CAD is using AI. Yes. All are subscribing in the cloud. What are your thoughts on everything we want is in the cloud? Well, for backups, it's fine. You want, you know, that helps with redundancy for backups. Sure, you have an extra one, but like the cloud processing is it's context dependent. In some cases, it's better. I get, like in Photoshop, I get a better background removal when I have cloud processing done rather than local, even with a rad system for that. But there's other ones where it's not going to be that beneficial. It depends. My stream runs a music, DAW, CAD, a game, 10 plus tabs, and Obsidian, like 2 other programs, just fine. I'll admit the RAM issue sucks. Well, I mean, look, you're still running 8 CPU cores and 16 threads, and that's great. But you paid for 16 and 32, not 8 and 16. That bothers me on principle. I've never liked core parking ever since the 7950X 3D. And the thing is, you could get a 7950X non-3D, no core parking. They had it figured out. But then I got mad because when 9000 series launched, they put out the non-3D V-Cache 9950X, and it had core parking. Why? I knew why. Because one of those CCDs had higher performance cores. So they wanted those to run games. It's just so obnoxious. It would be awesome to get reliable information from you from a trusted source that AMD has resolved its core parking and first word latency issues. Find out. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd text the guy right now, but I think he's out of the country right now. So as a hobbyist, I paid $500 per year for a few years for Adobe Suite to edit a few videos and make vectors for my laser cutter. Then They put it up year and year subscription model. So I bought Corel Engineering at a good deal, non-sub, and use Kden Live for video editing. Still has submodels for hobbyists and enthusiasts. Yeah, companies can pay $700 per year per seat, but for hackers and dabblers, yeah. Not paying for Adobe products is a morally correct thing to do until they stop chasing infinite profits over their consumers' interest and well-being. Natty, if you're going to boycott a corporation because they're prioritizing profits over their customers, I got bad news for you. How do you feel about living off the grid? Have you seen those primitive technology YouTube videos? Might need to look that up. Because that's just corporate culture now. There is no corporation that anyone should be loyal to because none of them are loyal to us. And why should they be? We are wallets. Does that mean everyone working at a corporation is a bad person? No, of course not. No. But as a unit, a corporation exists to make money, to get as many customers as possible and squeeze them for every penny they have, or we're just going to take a little bit every month. That's it. That's it. All right. Now multiply by millions of customers. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? We want we're reaching the end of the fiscal year, right? We want it to look a little bit better or whatever for our ongoing revenue or projections or whatever. Let's raise our subscription price by $2. Let's, I don't know, we'll blame the economy, or we'll blame hard supply, or we'll blame this or that, or rising fuel prices. Easy. Like, if you, honestly, you just have to be picky about what evil corporation you give your money to, because I'm not saying evil. It's easy to say evil corporation, right? Really, it's just the C-suite, the people at the top, and their shareholders. Corporations, publicly traded corporations. You remember this. Always remember this, okay? The only people publicly traded corporations are loyal to are their shareholders, because they are beholden to them, required to make them money. They are obligated to make their shareholders money by whatever means necessary. That is the only person a corporation will be loyal to. That's it. And shareholders right now have 2 letters in mind, and that's all they care about. And those 2 letters are AI. Sucks, don't it? We're Duracell batteries. What's up, Shotgun Luffy? Bringing the Matrix into it. I feel it. I'm back. Everything's back together. Pre-Lord Gaben, that I don't have to get it to open it back up. Remember to always post before you put your side panel on. Power on. Hit post. All right, we're good. Bad juju otherwise. In the US, you could move to Asia or Africa, though. There's always going to be something larger than yourself to be wary of. And it doesn't mean to live in fear or just be cynical all the time. Be aware. I don't mind business wanting profits. That's fair. What I hate is chasing of infinite profits. Yeah, it's never going to be enough. Like, plateauing isn't bad. You're making $3 billion a year. You don't need to squeeze your consumers for another 75 million. There is the fact that costs do grow every year. And also the devaluation of the dollar means that $3 billion doesn't mean the same thing next year that it did this year. Nothing stronger than family. All right, Dom, what's going on? Welcome. Dominic Toretto, everybody. Love the truth. Just thinking they could do better with easy in options to bring knowledge for their systems. What I would say, Silly Electrical, is this. If you are an AI enjoyer, a fan of AI and the possibilities it has, you should be angrier than anybody else at the way that corporations are treating AI. They're diluting the term. They are over marketing it, and they're basically kind of ruining it for everybody. Yeah, and pick the AI companies that you support very carefully. Like, pick your Anthropics over your OpenAIs and things like that. It's just, I'm just like holding on to these. I need to finish that video. And what time is it? Yeah. Y'all got me on a good conversation though. I appreciate that. That was good. Like, you hear me yelling and stuff. I'm having a time of my life. I love like this is stuff I missed talking about. It's just like, it's also disheartening to talk about, but it's cathartic to talk about. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Anyways. When you, the Americas, you mean like geographically, not politically, right? Silly Lefko, thank you for the 100 biddies. Yet again, 100 biddies. Thank you, Silly Lefko. Let's go. Jesse Rave said, and my stupid button has hitching on. I usually have it to where latching is not on. Let me fix that real quick. Edit. There we go. Perfect. I can just hold it down when I want to use it and let go when I'm done. Oh, that apparently did not work, and then I hit the censor button. What the heck is going on here? Did it not save? Edit. There we go. Hold it down, it works. Let it go, stops working. Perfect. There we go. All right. That's how you get that that manly effect of, manly the person, of just like reverb for 3 seconds and then sudden cutoff. That's how you do it. But what mic is that? This is a custom painted SM7DB. So like the SM7B, but a little extra. Here you go. Here. There it is. It's from a company called Colorware. They do things like mice and controllers and Shure microphones now. So yeah. This I added on myself, but check out the detail. They even paint this mesh. If you, whatever color you choose this ring to be, because you can customize the tightening nuts here. You can customize the yoke. You can customize the collar here, and you can customize this, and of course the body. To all be different colors if you want. Is it expensive? Yes. But it's probably the most commented thing on now visually for my stream. So worth it to me. Link for Hunter says road, and then no. What are we talking about? I like it. Thanks. You're doing great. Thank you. Appreciate it. How much for that mic per month? Yeah, no thank you. Oh. I'm gonna have to, I gotta do, I'm having too much fun, but I gotta finish this. Can't leave a video unfinished and packs unopened here. And I had more I was gonna do too, but still, I don't care. This is good. Now, here's the fun thing. So one of the things that led me to this was a little bit of rebellion against AI art and the theft that's involved there, because Pokemon Company has helped artists create legacies. Real artists make all of this art. None of it is AI generated. And like, I'm not against using that again as a tool to assist an artist, but replacing artists while also taking their copyrighted work for $0, that is objectively wrong. And I feel like people who are against and for AI can join in on this one, right? Again, I'm in the middle of that. So the artwork in these is amazing. And it's something I'm willing to support, because there are artists who have been working on these sets for 30 years now. 30 years of consistent work for artists is nuts. That's really great. We love that. Uh, to Jesse. Oh, okay. I don't have a link to buy one, no. Get that colorware sponsorship. I would. Absolutely. You're cute too, Loma. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am. I feel cute. I feel cute. Thank you. Give me the Pokemon noob and intro, please. Absolutely. Pokemon is one of the longest running TCGs, or trading card game, like Magic the Gathering. Other ones that I never really got into. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon has one too, and just things like that, right? And you build a deck and you play against each other, play against an opponent. And the games are very easy to learn, but very difficult to master, which is, if you like board games, you know, that's the perfect balance. It has been running for, this is its 30-year anniversary. There are different varying rarities of cards, but here's the trick with Pokemon and how they keep the game accessible to everybody. Let's say you have this card. Let me actually, I can show you a really good one. Oh, no, the other one's over there. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let me give you a perfect example of this. Where is that? I know I have the standard Greninja EX. Where is it? Or Mega Greninja EX. Where are you, buddy? Oh, it was in this stack right here. Okay. This is, again, a lot of this I'm doing, it is for content. It's to sort of document my journey of putting this all together. There we go. We got it. Okay, cool. Okay. So there are some games where, some trading card games, where if you want to get a really powerful card, it's also a really expensive card. And there's no getting around that. You either have to be lucky enough to pull it out of a booster pack, which is one of these. You don't know what's in it. They all cost whatever they cost, and you might get lucky and get the card you're looking for. Or you might not. The more likely thing is that you won't. So let's look at two cards here, okay? And these are in Japanese because this is like before we get the set in English, you can buy it in Japanese. They do get shipped, you know, people can get them distributed over here and then sell them. So this card here, let's zoom in even for enhance. 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 All right, cool. Okay. This is Mega Greninja EX. It is a frog. It's also a ninja. It's also Mega, which is a thing. Mega Evolution. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about that. This card is worth, like, it's not a bad card. It's worth like $2 or something. This one that I pulled is worth $300 right now. And that amount can go up and down. The market varies. $2. $300. Both of these functionally in the game do the same exact thing, are exactly as powerful as the other. And if you want one that looks cooler, like one that's a little bit more rare or whatever, right? Sure thing. All right. This one, same card, worth about $15. There you go. That is how they keep things accessible. It is an Osmo Pocket 3, Dr. Deadclick. Osmo Pocket 3. DJI Osmo Pocket 3. So this is how the Pokemon Company keeps people playing their game. It is not pay to win. Because if someone has a lot of money, they can just go to a card show and just buy the powerful card. There you go. But no, that would be a waste. This is for the collectors. This is for the players. And this one's kind of for both or whatever. There you go. That's how they keep it accessible. I mean, but look at the artwork on this. It is bananas. Actually, I could even do that. That is an actual artist's hard work, hours of hard work, hours and hours and hours putting that together. And check this out. It just so happens to be a single continuous piece of artwork from the basic Pokemon to its final evolution. That's a function of the game. That's how you bring this Pokemon out. You have to evolve it, right? That's part of your rounds. Round after round, you're making your Pokemon more powerful to try and take out your enemy. Very, very cool stuff. The games, I'd never played the TCG before I started collecting. It is super fun. Pokemon is great art. I have cards all over my desk, especially the full arts. Yeah. Now, Pokemon as a game, if you're just wondering what the heck is Pokemon in general, Pokemon is a game that is set in a world where there are, well, they're called pocket monsters because you capture them in a Pokeball, which is pocket-sized, and you can take them with you, and you do battle with them. And they are creatures that are aware that they want to battle, like they're fighters. They want to battle. Like that's the thing. It's very weird when it's just introduced like that. But when you're a kid hearing this, you're like, that's sick. I'm sold. Let's go. Now, the whole Pokemon, here's a fun thing that you might not know. Think about Mario, right? Probably a very high dollar intellectual property, right? Makes a ton of money. You think about Disney in general, Mickey Mouse, all of that. A very high dollar intellectual property. Not one of those comes close to Pokemon. The most highly valued and profitable intellectual property in the world. By a lot. And that is because Pokemon is consistent. They pursue video games, the cartoons or anime, and the TCG, and all of these things in a rotation. It's just really, really good and consistent. The merch is insane. A lot of their revenue comes from that because these are super marketable, and that's just how that is. I mean, look at this guy. Who would not want a little Froakie doll? Come on, or stuffy, or a plushie, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Thank you. Not sure I get what it's about, but totally love your enthusiasm. I mean, the thing is, it again is the most popular intellectual property in the world, and highest profit one in the world. So it's one of those things that you can just like be aware of it, right? You knew that Pokemon existed. Somehow, it's like that. It's one of those things. And since I was a kid, I had to choose. We didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up. Single mom raising two kids, two brothers and all that. I had to choose whatever I would get for Christmas for my birthday and stuff. And it was Super Nintendo and things like that, maybe a Game Boy. But eventually I switched to PC stuff. And I never was like, I was always interested in Pokemon. Both the cards, the games. I liked the cartoon. I thought it was cool. We could never afford it because anytime I had any money for anything, it was PC stuff. It was so hard to get back then. Even this shortage is easier to get stuff. Like it was just not as common to find places that sold cool PC parts or regular PC parts back where I was from. So I had to do what I had to do to get into PCs, you know? So I was always interested in Pokemon. Could never afford it. And now I have an excuse. I have content. I already have I've established a YouTube channel already. I'm just doing a second one because the one that I already have is already like, I mean, it's not the time for that channel because that industry is, it's boned right now. That industry is boned. So we pivot. That's what we do. And it's in something that I always wanted to get into, but never could. So now I've got the justification and the means. So that's what we're doing. And man, there are a few people here who have been watching. They were just watching for the PC stuff, but now are like, okay, you got me into Pokemon. Yeah, that's it. That's actually kind of cool. or even if they're not into it, they're like, you know what? I'm not into this stuff, but this is pretty entertaining. I don't know if that would apply to you or not, but you know what? It is fun. There has to be, what I'm saying is there has to be a reason. It is so universally popular, right? There is. It is very cool. It is very fun to do. Totally like Harry Potter 2. Exactly. Well, we won't tell the wife about the new card. I went and told my girlfriend immediately when I pulled, not immediately, but after she got home from work when I pulled it, because she knew I had been chasing that card, and it's not easy to get. But one thing I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to there's multiple things. I am trying to share my enthusiasm for the artwork because it is actually so good. There, like when you saw that, when I showed you that, and it was like, yo, there's all kinds of stuff happening. There's also stuff like this. Huge varieties of artwork because it's a huge variety of artists. Come on, focus. All right. Mega attack rares. Look at this. Look at how adorable that is. And then, you know, you have character art from the trainers and stuff, and then the pop art style. Like whatever kind of artwork you like, it's in Pokemon cards. Like this is just like objectively cute and very, I just love that art style. It's super cool. But then you have your Yukimori cards. Well, what? Huh? Who? Yuka whaty? Yukimori. Almost since the beginning. Not since the beginning, but almost. Yukimori has been an artist who makes these, who creates the Pokemon out of modeling clay and puts them in dioramas or situations here, and it's a picture, and that's a Pokemon card. In almost every generation that exists, there's a few Yukimori cards. There are people who just collect these. Don't worry about Impidimp. Impidimp isn't part of this discussion. Okay, there's another one. C-Dot, Litwick. And then you have Asako Ito, another artist who makes crochet Pokemon. And this is an official card in the game that has moves, has abilities, has an energy cost, everything. Oh, another Yukimori. You can see I'm setting these aside to sort them later because I like both Asako Ito crochet Pokemon cards and the Yukimori clay cards, which are more like more people know, I think, about Asako Ito clay cards than the Yukimori clay cards than the Asako Ito crochet Pokemon cards. But it's just like, I'm trying to share that. I'm trying to share that enthusiasm. I mean, you never know what your next hobby might be, although I don't necessarily suggest going about this the way that I am. It's great for content, but not great. Like, the ROI is a while off. It should happen, but it's a while off. Anyways, you can just go to card shows, and if you like sports, those are a huge thing too in trading cards. There's not really games built around them, I don't think. Right? They're just trading cards. But, so it's not a TCG, it's just trading cards. But if you like sports, the sport card industry is thriving still right now. If you prefer a fantasy setting, Magic the Gathering, done. Massive TCG. And heck, if you're like, oh, I don't know about Magic the Gathering. Well, do you like Final Fantasy? They have a collab. Do you like this property? They have a Ninja Turtles Magic the Gathering set coming out. Like, what? Or it came out. Anyways. One of the critical things here is, I don't know how you felt about NFTs. I wasn't a fan. I don't like the modern thing of you will own nothing and be happy, of like sort of kind of owning something, right? Like digitally. This is something that I collected and I hold, and it can go up or down in value. Either way, the value is not my pursuit. My pursuit is putting together a full Pokédex, which is it is a codex of all of the Pokemon that are out there, putting together the raddest one in existence. So instead of just having like a regular style card like this of most of the Pokemon, it's going to be full art, dynamic cards like this that just pop off the page. And it's going to be a full Pokédex of that. If they ever made a full art for it, I'll eventually upgrade it to that. That's my thing. So I'll be here celebrating cards that other people will be like, oh, it's not the $500 Charizard card that I wanted. Oh, well, I already have a cool Charizard card. I don't care. I want the cool Spupa card. What's a Spupa? Exactly. Collecting is one of those things that is highly individual. Do it in your own way, and that's a beautiful thing. So we're going to stop the music. I'm going to finish opening these packs, and we will see what we get. I got to finish recording this, but talking to just having an influx of new people come in was really fun, and I hope you guys have found a new place to hang out and either yap about the annoying industry or other tech stuff, or learn about Pokemon stuff. I'm also going to be doing streams where I play the games, including insanely cool ROM hacks, running challenges called Nuzlocks, and doing things like that. So there's going to be video game aspect to the channel too, to the YouTube channel too, meaning I need to generate that content here and then put it on the channel. So if it's a world you've been kind of like curious about, you'll be getting some of that here too. I can almost 100% say he will. Oh, wait, very cool. I'm going to get some Pokemon cards to see if my son likes them. He's 9 years old and is autistic. It might hit a chord with him. Absolutely. Absolutely. That sounds awesome. I support this measure. Yes. Jesse, unfortunately, because I do run a tech channel for those new to PCs that might not be tech savvy enough to know about suspicious links, I don't allow any links in my channel, even the likely very legit link that you were putting there, because I do run a channel for people new to PCs and stuff. So yeah, sorry about that. But check out my collection. I love doing it. That's awesome. I love to see that kind of passion. And in my Discord, there is a new channel we made because the Pokemon content is relatively new to my Discord, called Pokemon Central. So here, !D, and that'll get you to the Discord. And put your collection there. And there's also a rigs channel for setups and PCs and stuff too. Basically all the stuff you're talking about there. So absolutely. Okay. If I don't respond, if I'm not as responsive, I will still respond to some stuff, but it's just because I am doing the recording here, finishing off this recording. After this, I might just do these just to get that out of the way and see what deck I got in that build and battle box. Maybe I save it for Tuesday. Also, if you are new here, I stream Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, around 8 Central. Usually around 8:15 Central, to be clear. Okay, hitting record right about now. All right. Okay. Wait, I guess I maybe had these on screen. I don't know what my screen looked like. It's going to be... okay, I did have to stop the recording for a bit because I got raided by a buddy of mine. But yeah, so if you want to watch these kinds of things live, I do stream every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. So keep an eye out. That schedule might be different. It's on the screen right now. There you go. Come hang out. Though it is a bit of a spoiler for the videos, though. If you prefer the videos, maybe lurk instead. Because we do appreciate lurks around here. All right. Wait, that was a different thing. What have I pulled from this? I messed with what I had out. This was from the other thing. Had I gotten literally anything yet? Hold on, how many hollows are here? 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Okay, that was these. Those are my normal cards. I don't think I'd gotten any hits at all yet. Okay, whatever. I don't want to spoil that. Okay. I hadn't gotten any hits, right, chat? Whoever was here when I was doing this out of like an hour and a half ago. I don't know. Or an hour ago. All right. Oh, let me get the focus just right. I do manual focus because the depth of field on this camera on this lens is so shallow. It will literally mess with the focus of the card because it focuses on my fingertips. So yeah, manual focus it is. Okay. Clef key, energy search, trainer card, Staryu, Binacle, Lumios Galette, Shaman, Judge, Furfru Reverse Foil. All right, all right. Crushing Hammer Reverse, and Yveltal EX. All right. So these EX cards are kind of the more powerful ones you would have in your deck. So they're fairly common to pull, even though they look insane. They're not like if value is the concern, they're not a high value thing. But this isn't for the video. This is just because there's a couple people more new to Pokemon stuff in the chat. So, okay. So it's a little dry right now. We haven't gone, what are we about? This is a halfway mark of these 9 packs out of this box. It's got to get better. Okay, Staryu again. Again, we have most of these commons and uncommons and item cards already. There's a few that I could use more copies of to build a deck, but that's why I'm ripping these. Lumiose City, Reverse Naveen. We did get that full art out of the other ETB. Aromatisse, Reverse, and Rocky Energy Hollow. This is just proof to you that this set is not for collectors. It is for players of the game, because the rare, you can get a hollow energy in the rare. That is crazy. But they are great for the game, though. Unless I get all those and no Pokemon, like cool full art Pokemon cards, I'm not mad to see those, because you do need a solid amount. Well, not necessarily. It just depends on how many you want to have in your deck, but still. Okay, Dartrix, Bunnelby, Crushing Hammer, Amora, Luxio, Pokepad. Let's go. All right, I already have a bunch of those. I don't know that I need more unless I want to fill multiple decks with those, but still, Jacynth, Rowlet, Reverse, Dedenne Reverse, and yes, this is what I wanted. Mega Zygarde EX. I do want more of these. I actually want to try the Mega Zygarde and Core Memory combo. It might be not that I don't know if it's viable or not. I need to basically do my research. But Mega Zygarde EX plus this Core Memory Pokemon tool card. I mean, 350 damage from a tool card. Plus, you can do up to, if you're lucky with the coin tosses, up to 900 overall damage with nullifying 0, because it's the active Pokemon and any on the bench, up to however many there are there. So, yeah, I'm strongly considering trying to run that deck. We will see if it's possible or not. If you're looking to play the game, Perfect Order is the perfect set. It is, because it is geared towards players. The prices aren't insane. Availability is pretty good, and there's still pretty rad full art cards in here that you can collect. So it's kind of got it all. Mora, Hippopotas, Hole Digging Shovel, Rattata, Talonflame. Yes, the Shinji Kanda Talonflame. I'm off center here. My bad. I love this Shinji Kanda Talonflame here. Of course, Shinji Kanda known for having very, very busy art, like a lot of intense detail around the Pokemon. Drapion, Tarragon, Aurorus. If I want to do an Aurorus deck, which it's pretty cool. It is a cool deck. It's good to have these. I do need more. And oh my goodness, we got another Spupa. I was just talking about this. We got another Spupa illustration rare. This is my third one. It is a very cute card. One was enough. Okay. Thank you. One was enough. Thank you. This is third or fourth. I don't know. Please stop. Oh, hey, I just said I needed more of these. Okay. You know what? I forgive that pack. So I do. If I'm going to do an Aurora deck, I do need more of those. But Spupa, please, seriously, find another bench, buddy. Another bench anywhere else, please. All right. Okay. Yes, you get a top loader. Here you go, buddy. You're still a really cute full art card. What am I going to say? It's about the anticipation too. It is. It is. And the dopamine. Why not? Like if you don't have a good source for a decently priced sealed product, not single cards or whatever, but sealed product that you can open, it can be hard to sort of enjoy that process. So doing it publicly like this, doing it on live on stream, and then eventually making videos out of that, you get to share that excitement, that dopamine rush of getting something, or even the ups and downs of not getting something you're looking for. This is our second to last pack, and all we've got in full art style is just a spupa, another spupa. Oh man, does it even go in the trade binder? Who around here even likes full art bug type cards? Nobody I know. You put it out there in the universe, and the universe answered, yeah. Just completely bypassed the fact that there are emotes on Twitch and just went for old school emoticon. Nice. It's a real reaction. Fletchender, Hippopotas. Ratata, Raticate, Rosa's encouragement, Vivian. Apparently, apparently these are good. These are really good. I don't know. I need to look more into that. Diggersby reverse, Tyrantrum reverse. This is what I need, I think, if I want to sneak in those Mega Zygardes and the core memory into a deck. I need to have a Tyrantrum deck to have the basic. I don't know. I need to look it up. I need to research it. And Landorus Hollow. Boy, oh boy. Not a great ETB so far. But remember, I'm not just in this to get cards that are worth a lot. That's not what Perfect Order is for. I am building a strong collection of Perfect Order to build decks from. But you still want to get hits. I mean, oh, look at how it's, hold on. This is why emotes are good, Natty. How am I going to show this? How is this going to translate? I mean, you still have, there you go. That's what that is. Like imagine Wilson from Home Improvement looking over the fence, but angry style, which Wilson was never really, never angry. He's a very, very calm dude with great advice. I'm pretty sure Vivian lets Decidueye attack for free because of its ability. That's right. Vivian, this is the last pack. We're going to save this. You reminded me. Thank you. And I do have that Decidueye somewhere. So Decidueye EX in this has an ability that its attack that does pretty solid damage. It takes like 4 energy. But if your opponent has exactly 4 cards in their hand, that attack is free. Now, Grand Wing, let's zoom in here. Thank you for reminding me. Yes. Grand Wing, once during your turn, you may use this ability. Your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and puts it on shuffles their hand and then puts it on the bottom of their deck. If they put any cards in the bottom of their deck in this way, they draw 4 cards. And then Decidueye, free attack, Dunyan Rings, baby. That is a sick combo. And I do mean that's kind of a sick combo. Wow, who thought that one up? Okay, making Vivian viable. Let's go. All right. That's also just mean. If your opponent does something that gives them a lot of cards in their hand to mess with, and you make them shuffle them all away and just draw 4, that's all right. I don't care what kind of deck I have. I'm getting these. I'm throwing them in whatever deck I have. That is messed up. Dartrix. Hey, you do need this if you want to put Decidueye on the field. You need Dartrix, and you need. I just saw you. Where'd you go? Where'd you run off to? Rowlet. I had a Rowlet here somewhere. You need Rowlet, evolve into Dartrix, evolve into Decidueye EX. There you go. Honedge, Haunter, Bunnelby. I'm too zoomed in. Didn't need to be. Okay. Diggersby. See? All right. Naveen. Volcanion. The only fire and water type there is. Halucha reverse. Haunter reverse. reverse foil, and Salazzle EX. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at, no, don't stop. Don't look at me like that. Do not look at me like that. Why did they draw you this way? Stop. Nope. Okay. No, stop. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe or follow. I'll see you in the next one. Why did they make this lizard stand and look at you like that? It's weird. But I mean, it's an upgrade for the Salazzle. This, I guess, is going to be in my Pokédex now. All right. So Game Freak knows their audience. Lopunny, Gardevoir, Salazzle, Machamp, Incineroar. Okay, no, but like, show me a Salazzle card like this. Okay, Gardevoir is not just that. Okay, Gardevoir is awesome. Salazzle just exists to be this, and that's just wrong. Okay. Incineroar, I missed that Incineroar at the end. And the Machamp. Moist critical upload. How did I miss this? Nero, I'm so sorry. I missed. I was really locked in on Twitch chat. I'm very sorry. I missed some things. Do you feel that Arc Strike earlier? Do you feel that fear mongering going over Mythos is being overblown? I feel like it is a form of marketing in a way, but it's probably with a nugget of truth. So there's a game you might be playing right now. I'm gonna check it out. I'm not playing a lot of games right now, other than like Pokopia and Pokemon Champions. I'm going all in on Pokemon, man, and that's not even on purpose. I'm pretty sure Vivian. Yeah, I read that. Yeah, Moist Critical uploaded a video titled "Shooting Over Pokemon Cards. Are you serious?" Nero. If there is a thing out there, there is someone who will take it too far. That is every category of thing that someone can be even a little bit passionate about. That is just, it's unfortunate. It is how it goes. I don't know anything about that story, though, so don't get me wrong. I don't know. Wow. Okay. I think that's an upgrade for my Salazzle. But did we really have to end it on that? Like, really? Okay. You know, I got to say, I had a great night watching you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I got to say, I feel like Pokopia might be the best intro to Pokemon of any Pokemon game, even though it's not a mainline Pokemon game. Like, if you like cozy games and like you enjoyed something like Animal Crossing, or I should unzoom this and focus it because that's got to be aggravating to the eyes. Animal Crossing or Dragon Quest Builders, or even a little bit sort of Stardew Valley, but not really. It's not the same thing. You can't date anything or whatever. No, love Stardew Valley though. Played that game since launch, but just you get to understand like the appeal of Pokemon from the perspective of a Pokemon. It's so good and it's so relaxing to play. But also Minecraft elements, Animal Crossing elements, things like that. Really, really cool. Mythos is like, sure, it might be a thing, but also there is zero proof that it is a thing. And all AI companies are essentially thinking that all publicity is good publicity, even negative ones. Sam Altman might disagree with you right now. It's like, it wouldn't surprise me if it's a drummed up humbug to make people pay attention to Anthropic, and not the fact that Sam Altman's house was a target of 2 attacks in the last week. No, people are legitimately upset with Sam Altman because of his manipulation of the global market and the fact that people have been losing their livelihoods. Companies have been shutting down. He has negatively affected tens of thousands of people, if not more, in one way or another. Now, Does that mean this person deserves to be attacked or hurt in any way? No, there is never an excuse for violence like that. Okay? Never. However, maybe charged with actual crimes. I'm not a lawyer. I couldn't say. I can speculate, and certainly there's some kind of wrongdoing here with intent to affect the global market like that. But what court? Interpol? Like, how do you do that? It's not going to happen here. So people decide to take things into their own hands, and it's not good. It's not good in general. I can't speak to it like in any other way than objectively, or I won't speak to it any other way but objectively here. That like there should be something happening here to for some kind of justice here, right? But those people who are doing that, anyone who attacks, I don't know if you're talking about physical or not, but like whatever your feelings are in the matter, don't give up your freedom for that. You know, if you have family, something like that, like of course you do, like your loved ones, they'd rather have you. It's not worth it. Don't do that. I'm really not qualified to speak on the matter, though I just did at length. Sorry. Let me check something. I gotta get these out of the way first. Really. It's not bad. It's fine. 2 hits. Well, also 2 EXs and a hollow rocky energy. I'm used to getting more of those special energies though, but I have a lot at this point. It's just, I don't know if I have enough to build decks out of it. 60 card decks. We'll see. This I'm excited about though. So 3 EXs actually. That is cool. Getting another, that's specifically at the beginning what I said I wanted. More Mega Zygarde EX. So good. Great Vibe Enthusiasm. See you soon. You got it. Absolutely. Thanks for coming through. And I appreciate the bits too. Thank you for that. I appreciate that support. I just checked the master list. It is hilarious to me that you're only missing 1 Gen 5 Pokemon. You know what is to blame for that? To credit to that is Black Bolt, White Flare. It's all Gen 5. Which one is it? Okay. Full art Pokepads are worth $22.78. That's a lot. It really makes sense though why collectors aren't too keen on this set. The most valuable card being 180 and very, very hard to pull. Oh, the Mega Starmie though. I need this. I want I will trade for this. This will be my Starmie card. It will be. Like Golet? Okay. That was awesome. A good number of people from Manly's raid stuck around. That was cool. Okay, so this is what I was looking up, and I'll talk about this. Oh no, I meant that's the wrong button. Hello. Okay. No, this is what I was doing. Okay. So I was looking up the booster bundle is about $39, and the build and battle box is about 33 bucks. Market value. Price wise, $40 and $35. So I'll go, well, yeah, market price versus price wise, whatever. Okay. Where can I find a Golet? Hold on, let me see. I keep moving my keyboard to do this last video, but perfect or Golet, Black Bolt, of course. There's a Master Ball Golet from Black Bolt, and then a regular. Oh, no, that's Noble Victories. Okay, no, Dragons Exalted, Black Bolt. How did I never pull one? I must have. I gotta go look through my Black Bolt stuff again. I might have. No, I guess not. Hey, maybe I'll get it from Chilling Rain. I do have that. Those two things from Chilling Rain coming in. Gotta get that Cub Fu though. We gotta get it. All right. 1 second, and then we'll do this last video here. Okay. I have two perfect order products here. One is your typical perfect order. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong camera. I've got two perfect order products here. One is the booster bundle. We're used to these, so they did get a little taller at some point. 6 packs. That's what you're getting. 6 packs. But we also have the build and battle box. What's the difference, and which one should you get? Well, let's take a look and talk about it. And we're going to open the build and battle box, and in the next video, we'll open the booster bundle. Okay, build and battle box. The booster bundle just has 6 packs in it. That's how it works. You've seen these before, but you might not have paid too much attention to the build and battle boxes. These are really cool because this is for someone who wants to both collect and also play the game, or just really play the game. Either way. This comes with a 40-card pre-built deck. There's a few variations you can get. It is random, and 4 packs. So while a booster bundle will net you 60 cards overall because it's 10 cards per pack and 6 packs, this gets you 80 cards, and it is cheaper. Currently on the market, this is about 35 bucks, $33 to $35, and this is just under $40. So you get fewer cards with this, but you get more chances for hits. But with a set like Perfect Order that is more aimed at players, something like this might make more sense. That pre-made deck will come with very useful trainer cards. Of course, it has energies as well, but you probably had plenty of energy cards. So that doesn't really help out. Let's open this one, see what set we're getting with this. I opened one of these at the pre-release event for this, which we do have a video for that. Not sure if that's up yet, but whenever this releases. But with that one, I got the Superior deck. I'm obviously hoping I get a different one this time. Now, it is a 40-card deck, not a tournament, I think 60-card deck. I'm new to this, so forgive me on that. But also, you get a deck box with either of these works as a deck box, though that one's a little tall for it, but that's just the new style. So we're going to find out right now which deck we're getting and which stamped promo card comes with that. That is another thing about these build and battle boxes. You get a stamped card, and the deck we're getting is Barbarical. I didn't get to play against this one, but so I don't really know how I feel about it. But yeah, it's Barbarical, and it is going to use fighting energy. So that is interesting. Barbarical, not one of my favorite Pokemon, so I don't know how I feel about this. But okay, so that is it. There are 40 cards in here. This is already engineered to be a complete. Well, in pre-release, you do play like pre-release play. You play with 40 cards, so you can basically build upon this. And these 4 packs that you get of Perfect Order can help you build upon it or build a completely different deck. Not sure if you have enough in here to do that, but yeah, it can help you build a different deck as well. Now, we're going to take a look at this set first, this deck here first. Of course, you actually get a card here that in Pokemon TCG Live, not Pocket, but Live, you actually get this deck to use in that game, the whole deck, by scanning this code. So the build and battle boxes have a lot of value to them in that way. With a booster bundle, you just get 6 packs to open in TCG Live. So I feel like there's a lot of value here if you're trying to play the game. And yeah, even if you're collecting too, because yeah, you do get 4 packs to open as well. And there could be, if you're trying to build a Pokédex out of this, there could be some cards in here you don't have yet. So let's take a look through this. Of course, there is the stamped promo holo card here of Barbarical. I have this for Superior in my Pokédex. You do get a card of trainer tips on how to use Barbarical as a deck as well. And apparently Landorus is part of this. And there you go. So you're going to, of course, have enough energies to run the deck. You do get the Poképad. People who are trying to play this game right now, a lot of them are talking about the Poképad, and it is a great item card. Another Barbarical here. Halucha card, Fighting Energy. These are all kind of mixed together. Premium Power Pro, Lily's Determination, Fighting Gong, Surfer. These are going to be pretty ubiquitous items that you can use in other decks as well, which is nice. These special energies are actually super cool. And I've pulled at this point quite a few of the holo or reverse holo versions of these, and I really like them. These effects on here, if your opponent's not paying attention, can really turn the tide of a game in specific circumstances. Okay, Lacey, Gravity Mountain, Drayton. Of course, we need the card, Hilda card right there. Nice. You need Binacle to evolve up to Barbarical. Rocky Energy again, so special energies. There's a Landorus that was mentioned. Now, one cool thing about this, I do want to mention this, even though we're not going to focus too much on the play aspect of this because I'm no expert there. But because this is a deck, hold on, where did I put them? Because this is a deck that utilizes fighting energy, something I've been very interested in trying out is another Pokemon that uses fighting energy. Mega Zygarde E. Okay, don't do that. Just focus on the card. Mega Zygarde EX. Now, Mega Zygarde EX has some very powerful moves, but takes a lot of energy build up there. But once you do, there's an item card here as well, or a Pokemon tool card, Core Memory. And this combination has potential for a ton of damage. And if you're already building a fighting energy deck, you're halfway there. So pretty cool. I'm actually happy with this. I think I was hoping for the Tyrantrum deck, but because that's also the same energy. But still, that's what we got there. And of course, the stamp promo holo is pretty sick. So that's probably going to be my new Barbarical card because I don't think I have a better one than that. Now, of course, 4 packs. Let's open these and see what we get. I'm really after the Mega Starmie SIR, of course. A lot of collectors are. I think it's a really interesting Starmie card. I think it's dope as heck. I want it. But let's start off with Mega Clefable pack here, pack art. And see what we're getting here. Okay. Nose Pass. Please no Probopass full arts. I have like 2 or 3 of those already. Snivy. Good for my Superior deck. Skorupi. Seal. Vivillon. I want more of these. Whatever kind of... I mean, I guess I would need some Leaf Energies in there. But still, just that ability Grand Wing is messed up. Energy Swatter. Diggersby reverse. Pokepad reverse. Let's go. Love getting these. And Lapras EX. All right. Cool. First pack, first hit. I'm not going to call out first pack magic or anything. It is an EX, but still. Off to a pretty solid start. Now, if you look around at card shops near you, you might find that some of them are part of the pre-release program with Pokemon, and you can the one that was near me. For perfect order, I paid $30 to be part of the event. This is a $30 or $35 product. You get the build and battle box with that entry fee, and everyone starts with just that. This is all you have to build your deck. We had 20 minutes. It was my first time playing the game, and I still managed to lose all 3 of my games. Spoilers for that video if you haven't watched it. But you know what? It was a great learning experience. He said, not bitter at all. No, it was actually a lot of fun. Hippopotas. Hole Digging Shovel, Rattata, Dartrix, Jacynth, Hippowdon, another Pokepad, Naveen, reverse, Spupa reverse. No, Spupa, don't even think about it. I've already pulled 3 of your full arts. No more illustration rare Spupas. Oh, nice. A holo telepathic energy. I do actually like getting these. I want these for any decks that they work with because they are actually pretty powerful little special energy cards. From my limited understanding of the game, from that perspective, they seem to be good. I know collectors are mad that the rare spot in the pack can be a holo energy. All right, this set is just not for you. Okay. Honedge, Haunter, Bunnelby, Pokemon Catcher. Aromatisse, Luxio, Rose's Encouragement. This is very useful in the Superior. This is very useful in Superior deck. There's that Rowlet. And a reverse Vivillon, nice. And Landorus Hollow. That can work with the deck that we just got. All right, last pack. This is the Mega Starmie one. Can we get the Mega Starmie SIR? I'm not just after that. I'm aiming to play the game, and I need plenty of cards to build good decks for it. But I still want that Mega Starmie. I need it. I need that card. Rowlet. Jaw Fossil. This is actually, it's an item card, but it does lead to a Pokemon evolution for Tyrant there. Amara uses a Sail Fossil, very similar. Bunnelby, Talonflame, Shinji Kanda Talonflame, Meowstic, Tarragon. There's that Jaw Fossil for Tyrant again, but a reverse. And there's the Tyrant that leads to, let me guess, Tyrantrum? Nope, Aurorus. We got fooled there a little bit, but yes, this is very similar to this evolution line here. Sail Fossil, Amara, Aurorus. Okay, well, not anything like crazy from the packs there, but you have, from what I understand, the same amount of luck, the same amount of chance to get full arts. I personally pulled a full art Rose's Encouragement from my build and battle box. If you saw that video, you already know that. But if not, click the link down here below me right here. That's where that video is. If you want to see me opening the first one of these that I did and playing very poorly while learning the game in action. But yeah, Get subscribed so you don't miss the next one, where we compare that to what we get from the booster bundle. Who knows? Maybe we get some crazy hits out of this. Starmie, are you in there? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. To be honest, the TCG isn't particularly a big point of Pokemon, to be honest. Really? The TCG IMO is very casual, but that unfortunately doesn't leave many things up to individual skill. Natty, I do have news for you. Also, Tucson Tamale Company, what's up? Welcome. I was recording a video. Sorry I didn't respond there earlier. But fun fact, Natty, if you, I don't know if you watch Foosley's content. I started watching Foosley's content, but just mainly around the Pokemon journey that Foosley is on, who was in a big event last year, Point Crow's Nuzlocke Invitational thing, and got super into Pokemon VGC competitive playing. Like, this is a variety streamer who's like, I want to become a Pokemon champion, and started getting training from like coaching and all this stuff, and just really got into it. But at the Dallas Regionals, which is combined VGC, the video game tournament, and TCG, there were a few hundred people there for VGC, and there were a couple thousand people there for TCG. The Pokemon TCG is actually massive. It's kind of a big deal. So I don't usually like to correct you, but also I don't usually have much reason to. But I am going to call you out on that one. That is actually, apparently, I'm learning this too. I didn't know. I thought the same thing. But it's apparently incorrect. It is a huge deal, it seems. Which is awesome. That's really cool. There is a huge, thriving community around the TCG for Pokemon. Most people collect the cards and have no clue how to play the game. Now, I will agree with you on that in terms of content. And also like, and streamers who do like rip and ship and stuff like that. And there's all the scalping and everything, and that sucks, of course. But like when I was at that pre-release, there was a lot of people there. I mean, not like hundreds of people there. There was like 40 or 50 people in this little card shop. And man, it was loud and fun, and they were super cool, and they play this game every day. They go to that card shop. There's a bunch of tables there, and they just hang out and play the game. Like, that's their hobby. So yeah. I was actually really stoked when I saw that. That shop in particular is what inspired me to add playing the TCG to part of the plan for the channel. I hope when that video comes out, when any of the videos come out, sorry about that, guys. I hope when that one comes out that it'll spark an interest in some of you guys to maybe check it out, especially if you already have a bunch of the cards. Okay. Any interest in going to Pokemon Worlds? If by interest you mean plans, no comment. Yeah, let's go ahead and real quick. I know I'm already streaming pretty late, but we're going to go ahead and finish this off. We're going to do the booster bundle. So I'm not in like different clothes and different all that, you know. Let's go ahead and get it done. What am I doing? I have a deck box right here. I was like, where should I put these to keep it all together? Yeah, I got a deck box right there. Now, I don't think there's nothing new in terms of new Pokemon there, but I think there's a couple upgrades potentially, so. Okay, in the last one, we compared the... Okay, in the last one, we were talking about the difference between a build and battle box and a booster bundle. And yeah, opened up the build and battle box, got the Barbarical set, and ripped those 4 packs that come with it. Now we're doing just the typical booster bundle, 6 packs. Let's see if this thing is gonna have a little bit more luck for us than the build and battle box. I'd say it wasn't that unlucky though. The Barbarical set, the Barbarical deck is at least a fighting deck, meaning I can maybe try to start learning the figuring out a way to get Mega Zygarde EX into that along with core memory, but I talked about that in the last video, so you don't need to hear me go on about it again. They changed this. What? It's not a deck box anymore? Yeah, this is what booster bundles used to come in, which is essentially a deck box that you can use afterwards, and now it's just a box. Pokemon, why'd you do that? I don't like that. Undo this. Fix it, please. But okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't crumple the packs. I mean, this is actually some of the nicer quality of packs you'll get in terms of like them not being crushed or whatever. But yeah, I want more Mega Zygarde EX. So we'll put those in the back. We're doing this a little out of order. We don't usually do that, but we're doing it this time. All right. Let's see what we get. 6 packs. 6 chances for greatness. Okay, I don't know. All right, first up is this Meowth pack. Let's see what this has in store for us. Okay, why are you getting caught on the corner? Okay, there we go. Oops. Didn't mean to spoil that energy search for all of us, but I did. Okay, energy search. Whoa! Furfrou, Tyrant, Servine, Pokepad, shout out. I mean, that's what everyone's doing. Turtonator, Shaman, Aurora's reverse, Volcanion reverse, and there's that Tyrantrum. Now, this thing gets really strong if you put the special energy on it. If you put one of those special fighting energies on it, this thing's health goes up by 150 to 330 HP, which is pretty ridiculous. Okay, we need the Mega Starmie, so maybe I should have saved this pack for last, but we're not doing that. Okay, energy search. Furfrou, Tyrant, Servine, Jacinth, Meowstic, Drapion, Naveen reverse, Aegislash reverse, and Luxray Hollow. I mean, you know, sure. Nothing crazy there. Okay, third pack. We will soon be at the halfway point, I guess, after this. So, nothing too crazy yet. Come on. You've only got to beat what? An EX and what else? What did I get in the yeah, not a lot. Just a hollow special energy. That's it. That's all you got to beat. Come on. Give it a try. Clefairy, Ghastly, Crushing Hammer, Salandit, Lumiose Galette, Barbarical, another one for that deck if I end up using it. Raticate, Fletchling Reverse, Probopass Reverse, and Meowth EX. I have heard this is a really good card with the last ditch catch. So, yeah, like, hey, your set needs to have this in there apparently. So, yeah, okay. I'm gonna need to do my research on these things. I am starting from scratch with playing a new game, but I played it. I played 3 matches and really enjoyed it at that pre-release. So I'm kind of sold on it. Oops. I hope the first card's not a Spupa. I hope it's not a Spupa. Oh no, yeah, it's a Spupa. I keep opening these wrong, and I don't know why. Snorlax, Esper, Probopass, Rose's Encouragement, Vivian, evil card right there. We love it. Luxio, Antique Jaw Fossil Reverse. Barbarical Reverse. Nice. Okay. And yes. This is what I want. I want more of these. Mega Zygarde EX. These cards, I don't know if it's going to be viable or not because it's high energy cost, but they do insane. Good HP, insane damage. Potential for 900 damage on that nullifying 0, which is just crazy. I mean, spread out amongst all the Pokemon on your opponents. Active spot and bench, 150 each. It's down to the toss of a coin toss, but still crazy potential there. And core memory. Look it up. Spritzy, Doublade, Halucha, Spupa. Don't even think about it, Spupa. Rose's Encouragement, Vivillon, Luxio, Snivy Reverse, Jacinthe Reverse, and Superior. I mean, I do have the Superior deck, and these are cool to add to it. A little bit more shine there. That's cool. But, I mean, yes, but really? Come on. Last pack. Come on. Mega Zygarde. Help me out here, buddy. Come on. Give me something good. Give me a full art something. I need it. Okay. Clefairy. Ghastly. Crushing Hammer. Salandit. Lumiose City. Aromatisse. Talonflame. Rowlet Reverse. Sail Fossil Reverse. And Rocky Energy Hollow. Oh, did this thing think it was a build-in battle box? What was that? Oh boy. Okay, look. This set is just, it's not for collectors. This is not me. This is not an original thought. This is pretty much out there. Again, if you want to play the game, there's a ton of playable cards in what I just pulled here. Like, this is such a good time to get into the game. Yeah, you can get the build and battle box for like $35. You get a full, well, you get a 40 card deck plus 4 packs. That's awesome. Or you can get just 20 cards less. And I mean, like 10 of them are energy, or 12 or 10 of them are energies, or 9 of them or something. So yeah, 10, whatever. You choose whichever one is right for you. But I will say it is a super fun game, and it's a great time to get into it. So go for it. Find a local card shop, see if they got tables set up, see if people go there to play it, and give it a shot. Or try, I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but TCG Live is the one, not Pocket. Live is the one where you can learn to play the actual game. Pocket is a little different. Anyways, that's it for this video. I prefer the build and battle box, I guess. Hard to say. Anyways, catch you in the next one. Boy, that video really petered off at the end, but still, I can't believe I didn't pull anything from that. My hit rates haven't been that bad with Perfect Order, have they? Well, I may have just added my name to the interest list, or maybe I didn't. Who can say? Interesting. I mean, like, if you want to compete, you do have to qualify. If you're talking about playing. I am far from doing that. But the thing is, they basically have a convention there at the same time. So that's why I want to go. That's why I want to go there. I feel bad because, Natty, you didn't say anything after I corrected you on the TCG thing. And I feel like I made you sad, and I don't want to do that. I'm glad to have gotten another Mega Zygarde EX. This is enough for a deck, I think. I think I have 3 or 4 of them now. So that should be enough for a deck. If I just do Mega Zygarde. I definitely have enough to add them to an existing deck that uses fighting energy. Be it the Tyrantrum or the Barbarical one that I got, or anything else that uses fighting energy. I don't know the strats. I don't know the metas. I got to learn it. I got to just, when I'm hanging around doing something or else, or even if I'm just going to be focusing on what I'm watching, I should focus on it. I should learn the game, like really learn, at least learn a little bit more to where I'm more comfortable playing and I'm not asking questions the whole time. That'd be cool. That'd be great. Well, I haven't even thought of playing the TCG yet, but I do want to download TCG Live. I hope you've been saving all of your code cards. That is a lot Like every time you open a pack and you get a code card, that is a digital pack in TCG Live that you just get for free. I've opened a lot of those. I have a lot of cards in TCG Live now. And I saved them. I've got like a stack I still need to scan. So yeah, it is worth. Even if you're not going to play it now, at least scan all those code cards in and open those packs. See what you get. You might get something really cool. But if you do a build and battle box, you're getting a deck like right off the bat. It's pretty cool. Ain't got any Japanese sets, don't come with them. That's true. That's true. Barbarical deck. I'm gonna look up, see what people say about the different decks and the meta currently. It's probably gonna be like a deck from 2 sets ago that's still in the meta. Who knows? I feel like my camera angle has changed somehow. That or my seat sank. I'm usually sitting a little taller than this. Playing live? Are you playing live right now? Is that it? Or are you about to talk about it? Still can't type grr. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You good? Oh, okay. I know what we got to do. I know what we got to do. You ever want to do something, but you also want to do like 3 other things at the same time, and at the end you do none of those because it's a lot of choices, not enough time to do them? Literally all the time. Yes. Yes. You get packs in live as you battle and level up your rank. Also true. I have heard that. But I mean, if you're a collector, you have a ton of free packs waiting for you too. And also, you get cool, nifty things if you do things, if you have the code card from an ETB in your, like, you can get the sleeves, which will show it on your deck as you're playing. You get the coin to flip because it'll show your coin. You get little collectible things like that from ETBs as well. It's very, very cool. And I think it's very, it's a nice touch. It's not as polished, as we mentioned earlier. It's not as polished as Pocket, but Pocket is more of a pack ripping simulator anyway. They changed the game a little too much, I think, for it to be something to learn from. But, you know, it's whatever. Now, I know what we got to do, though. I know what we got to do. Our friend who was hanging out earlier. Coalition Chris. You know him. You love him. He was in here earlier. Chilling and chatting like he does. Is playing Rise of the Tomb Raider. Let's drop in. And I want y'all to absolutely spam this. If you are not, if you're following but not subscribed, absolutely like decimate his chat with these. And if you are subscribed, spam you know, a bunch of these. There you go. But okay, all of y'all for hanging out in here with me. I appreciate it. We went late, and that's all. And I appreciate y'all hanging out for the remainder of that. And also, we got a big old raid. Huge shout out to Manly of the Manly Reviews YouTube channel. You got to check out the Manly Review. You got to check out Liam's channel. It is super awesome. Oh, yes, he stepped away from his PC. We got to go. We got to go now. Let's go, 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 go. And then make him feel bad. All right, thanks, guys, for hanging out. I appreciate you. Remember, Chris is my friend. Actually, be nice, but yes, spam a little bit. I'll catch y'all on Tuesday. We got some cool stuff to do and open, and we'll see. I'll see y'all then. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!